Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit with you. I've got Uncle T alongside me. How are you doing, Uncle
I'm
T?
good. I'm good. Beautiful Austin weather. I got no complaints.
Yeah, it's suddenly decided to start warming up, and no storms today, thankfully. You know,
No,
any
maybe
given
later.
day you could just start thundering, but
Yeah.
not today. And
Better
perfect day to
than
sit inside and play poker, right?
right, right.
We got Kristen in the box. We've got 5 players at the table at the moment. I think we're going to have more as we go on tonight.
Yeah, a couple of new players tonight.
Sounds like open seats. If you happen to be around Austin, you know, come on by and get yourself in here playing the 2-5 match the stack game. Going to get started with the $10 double board PLO bomb pot as we usually do. I see people appearing in the chat already. Hello, chatters, and thanks for watching. Be sure to hit like on the way in. Get your gambles on if you're so inclined to start gambling the points. I see Rena, I see kicker problems, and great to see familiar faces.
Yeah, this is usually the point where I start seeing if Mosquito Josh is on the stream and start trying to talk him into coming up and playing.
Yeah. Let's see, 673 with spades and 943 old clubs. See if anyone's got something. We got Optimize, a familiar face. And he's going to check his total nothing. Premium hand Sean with a premium flop. He's got the nut flush on the bottom. Up top, he does have the overpair of kings.
Yeah, and he could
Bertram,
get the wheel, but I don't think he'd want it with 6-7 there.
Ace Jack 10-3 is gone. Optimize is gone. So, just like that, Sean's going to win the first hands.
Yeah, well, welcome to the table, Sean from Wisconsin, who hasn't been with us before. Premium hand, Sean.
Premium hand, Sean. Is there a reason he's premium hand, Sean?
I don't know. I mean, I asked him what his favorite non-premium was, and he said 6-7 of any kind, so that's pretty non-premium if we're going to pick one. But, yeah, I don't know. He plays up in the casinos up there near Green Bay and came down to visit. He's kind of doing a tour. He just took some time off to play and said he's going to try being a pro for a while.
Well, good luck with that. I still wonder if there is a trash hand Sean out there who is
they're probably his brother.
Like playing the 7-deuce.
Trash hand Shane. That's his brother.
Okay. There we go. That's now officially headcanon. Let's see. Poker Monkey.
Kelly seems to know Sean. Really? Nobody runs better than Sean? All right. Well, we'll see if that's true.
Well, I mean, he just flopped the nuts. That's the first thing he did on our show.
Yeah, he's 1 for 1. Speaking of premiums, did I see
Jack
Queen
just
Jack?
win the mock on the button?
Suited Queen Jack? Wow.
I'm going to assume there was a misread of some kind because
either that or you saw JY's hand and said, no, I better not. JY, another new player. Don't know much about him. Only been a poker player for 18 months.
King Jack has an open ender on this Queen 10-7 flop. JY with middle pair and backdoors. And he's got some calling chips in his hand. It's going to be $20 to see another card.
Yeah, middle pair makes sense.
And he's got plenty of turns he can continue on. Let's see if this will be one of them. 5 of diamonds is definitely one of them.
Definitely increases his equity.
Nut diamond draw for JY now. Yep. And Bertram going to bet that open ender again.
Yep.
Goes bigger this time, $60. And the question is call or raise. Fold is not one of the choices right now.
No. Too much he can hit here. Let's see. It looks like he's got calling chips out, but he picked up some 100.
I think he just has calling chips in the hands. I was wondering if these were check-raising chips.
He's thinking about it. A contemplative player we can see already. He's running it through his mind. This is where you play the theme from Jeopardy. Just calls.
To the river we go.
Not too
4
much of an
clubs.
action card.
So the draw misses, but JY still has the best hand with that pair of 10s. And Bertram with just king high, not beating a whole lot. He's going to
Jams
move
it.
all in for 2 times the pot. See if JY can find the call, which
Yeah, I
is
don't
going to
think
be
so.
tough.
Yeah, it's going to
He
be real
blocks
tough.
the backdoor diamonds. That said,
Yep.
he does not block the king jack. He does not block the jack 9,
Yep.
which are the most obvious bluffs. He doesn't bluff the 9-8. You know what? I'm calling here.
You're calling?
I'm gonna be a station here. There's a lot of open enders that miss that we don't block. King jack, jack 9, 9-8. They all
Yep.
missed.
Well, so do you think as a new player to the stream, first time being on a stream, do you think this is a little more intimidating early on? You're afraid to get it all in so early in the stream? Do you think that's a factor?
For me personally, it wouldn't, but
No,
it
but
can vary
that's you.
from player to player. You just got to play your game.
Yep.
And you're facing the 2x jam, which is pretty unusual. He's saying he has it or he doesn't.
Yep.
And let's think about what he can have here. As the pre-flop raiser who went bet, shove. Is he doing this with a set of queens?
Yeah.
Is he 2xing with a set of queens?
It's possible, but I'd say no.
Probably not.
No, I'd say it's much more likely that he's got
Is it 10s?
queen
We
with a
block
bad
10s.
kicker, and he's trying to get a better kicker out. I mean, he's running through them. I think he's going to end up folding. He's not putting him any of the straight draws that came in, obviously.
This is feeling like a card funeral right now,
Yeah,
and
it does.
that would be unfortunate.
This is where Bertram excels. He's like, saw that little bit of a tank before he just flatted and sensed the weakness.
And this 4 doesn't change much.
No, 5 or 4,
Yeah, nothing that would have gotten this far. If it were like 8-6, we're not getting to the river with 8-6. Like, we're not getting past the flop.
No.
Probably.
8-6, Bertram knows 8-6 would have folded that turn bet. Maybe the flop bet.
It's unfortunate that we're blocking the backdoor flush that missed.
Yeah.
But think about what was flopped. Like, there's just so many straight draws that missed.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the boat or with you where I'd be like, this looks too much like a bluff for me not to call us, second pair, top kicker.
That said, if I could pick a card to be a diamond, I would rather the queen be the diamond. Because it is also possible if this is like ace-queen.
Yep. Even queen with a bad kicker that's trying to push a medium kicker out. But I don't think in that position he's putting Bertram on that. That's more his hand range than it is Bertram's.
Because just now I draw my pen for twice, so that's 25% chance. 25% chance I made the decision to call by 25% chance.
Well, he's living it out loud. That's interesting.
He
good
flicks it
call.
in.
Good
call, JY.
All right.
Good call.
He apologizes for it. Sorry. I think he's apologizing for taking so long.
Poker sorry.
Once Bertram seeing what he's got, it's obvious why he took so long.
It's middle pair and it's a 2x.
Yeah.
He has every right to contemplate, and his contemplation is going to be lucrative here. Our first hold'em hands of the night, and we see someone get stacked.
Yeah.
And it's not even a cooler. It's like
No.
a bluff catch.
No, it's not. It's not 2 pair versus 2 pair. It's not a cooler at the end. It's a pure poker move, and credit to a player that's only been playing for 18 months that he has that kind of intestinal fortitude and his first live stream. So got to take your hat off to that play by JY. Got to.
Yeah, good job, JY. Good job.
Yeah. We approve.
Me too.
The New York Ned and Uncle T approve.
Well, it definitely sucks to hero somebody and be wrong in front of the internet. Believe me, I've done it.
Yeah. We've all done embarrassing
we
things.
we got to play our best game. Otherwise, what are we doing here?
Exactly. I like the way he kind of walked through the process for the table. That I doubt very seriously if they're going to be as free with their bluffs against a new player now. That's the other good thing about that. He wins the money, but he also establishes some pretty dominant thinking from the beginning.
He gets some respect.
Yep.
And premium hand Sean, guess what he has?
Well, I guess it was bullets.
Yeah, he has a premium hand.
He has a premium hand. Very much like his first PLO hand.
Yeah. An ace and another ace. What more could you want in life?
Yeah, he's got to be thinking to himself, this live streaming thing is easy. Let's see how juicy this is. Well,
And
that's
Bertram flops top pair. This is going to be a problem for Bertram.
And this is Sean's got to be thinking. This is just as dry a board as I could imagine.
40 from Sean, and I mean, we didn't call with 9-6 to full top pair, so
No,
we're going to call. We're going to take another card.
especially when you hit it.
The jack does put an over, and it does not bring in any back doors, so this could get him off
Going
the
to get a
hook.
bigger bet being suited. So $100 into a $152 pot, or 2/3 pot. Bertram, a very, very, I don't know, mentally strong is the word I would use for him. Very mentally strong player is going to think this through.
We don't have top pair anymore. Our kicker sucks.
Yep.
And so
Jack
Yeah,
was
see-
in Sean's range.
see what happens on the turn.
Yeah.
Let it go. That's fine.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2.
He sure is. Poker Monkey, glad you had a good session up at TCH Social today. Up at Las Colinas, for those of you unfamiliar, that's a really nice room. They even have food there.
Yeah,
And it's pretty good food.
I
I've been a
love
few
that
times.
room. I love that room.
Yeah.
The way they talk about our room to be in the next month or two,
I want one of those.
I do too.
I want that room.
I
Give me a Las
specifically asked
Colinas room.
Victor, the general manager, is it like, that? And he said yes. It's a little different. He talked about the live stream setup as being the premium of the TCHs. So
That would
I'm
be
really
nice.
looking forward to that.
Yeah, more details when we get closer,
Yep.
but it'll be nice to get out of the corner.
It will get out of the closet and the corner for the table. Closet for us.
Yeah. I assume the commentators will have slightly bigger than a closet.
They could get smaller, Lottie.
That would be hard. But no, like there's a little bit more room in Houston. Again, the Houston booth, I've sat in there a couple of times.
Oh, have you?
Like back in
I haven't seen
January
their booth.
when the Moneymaker tour was out there.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I got to call a couple of streams there,
Oh,
and
cool.
that was a lot of fun.
It's like staying at Caesars, wasn't it?
Probably better. Have you been to Caesars lately?
No. Yeah, I've heard some. Yeah, well, we won't talk negative, but yeah.
Yeah, like it's definitely the best of that company's properties, but that's not saying a lot these days, sadly.
No, sadly.
As I'm going to go
Premium-
hand them a bunch of rake money next month at the series.
No, nice. Going to the series as Premium takes down his third hand.
Grace to
Fairly
take it with the
uncontested.
king queen.
He's still 3 for 3, still batting 1,000.
I saw Poker Monkey last week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he was in town at a different room playing there, and I was playing there, and I hope it went better for Poker Monkey than it did for me. Like I got buried in the game that I played in.
Really?
Yeah.
Define buried.
So
Coolered repeatedly?
there were coolers involved, and there was just like losing a flip as well, and
that's every kind of
just
pain.
not winning meaningful pots, and
Yeah.
so several buy-ins went.
Other than that, it was great.
Yes, other than that, the company was good, but
At least you
like, there were
enjoyed the
several
company.
buy-ins that went to other players.
Ah,
Hey, look,
optimist.
another premium for
Yeah.
rigged.
Yeah. Although 10-9 is known as the Giant Slayer, so we'll see how that works out.
And I mean, we say Ace Queen's a premium, but I
Not my favorite premium.
actively despise Ace Queen.
Yeah, I had a player go all in on me last night.
Hey, look, 10 in the window. Ace Queen got outflopped.
You know what's worse about Ace Queen?
What's
is when
that?
you find out after the hand that the player to your right that was in the hand also had Ace Queen.
And now Ace Queen turns a heart draw to go with the gutter.
Yeah, he's got, Optimizer's got second pair, but premium hand Sean is going to call off with the hearts.
It is Sean doing the
Let's
betting
see if
here.
he can
Makes
back
it 100,
door.
goes 2/3. And Optimize going to make the call. To the river we go.
Yep.
4 of spades is going to break it out for Sean. See if he finds the bluff here.
He's been playing for 20 years, so he's
Check, check.
check. He had the showdown equity even with Ace Queen, so Optimize takes it down. All right, yeah. If you have comments on the game or whatever, we see that the numbers have gone up in the chat. Please, we love chat comments, questions, jokes. You got insight on the players. We just have 5 right now. If you're not chatting, get in the car and come over.
We got to do more than gamble in the chat. We got to
Yeah.
do more than that.
Yeah, gambling is fine, but we love your comments. And we'll throw out a question tonight to everybody to get their input. Something interesting. We've had a couple of those last couple of streams I've done. What our last one, I think it was Kyle and I, was what is the most irritating thing that a player says incorrectly at the table for you?
Definitely confusing trips with a set.
Yes, that was on the list. Getting the boards wrong on a bomb pot and says, I've got the top when they really have the bottom. You've got second nuts and he makes your heart drop to the floor.
Now, when we talk top versus bottom board, for those unfamiliar, we're generally talking from the dealer's perspective.
Yep, always. Yep. I probably correct people more than anything.
Yeah,
Because
so the top board would be the one further away from
Right.
Kristen, and the bottom board would be the one closer to her.
and that's, of course, because people sitting on the ends, there's not a top and a bottom. To the dealer, Kristen, there's always a top and a bottom. She's the only one that sits in the same spot every time. All right, hand number 7.
Kristen, also one of our producers here,
Yep.
helps make this happen.
Of course, we have the magnificent Mel as the producer
right.
tonight.
Yeah, Mel pressing the buttons, Kristen pitching the cards tonight.
Yep. Oh, there's my favorite.
Which one, the deuces?
The deuces.
I'm glad it's that, not the 6-5 offsuit.
No, that's not my favorite non-premium. I think we saw it. Yeah, we did.
It's a gutter for the
Gutter,
6-5.
yeah, gutter for Optimize. Nothing for Bertram. Kevin's in the lead.
Fading a lot, though.
Yeah, well,
And that is the gin
that
turn
is
for Optimize.
it is. That is a beautiful
a-
card on the turn.
I have a hard time getting paid unless somebody wants to bluff at this.
You know, when you hit your gutter, you don't even care. And he checked it
And
around.
that's a miserable river for Optimize.
Yeah.
4 to the straight, 4 to the 9.
He's a smart player, but yeah, that was his bad. It was suited to
That's the
hearts.
worst card in the deck.
Yeah, the worst card in the deck for him at that moment.
And that's the $75.
Bertram thinking about calling, but gives it up. Kevin's got to give his up, so Optimize is not going to make much here. That's a great thing about deuces. You're pretty sure when you get deuces that the board is going to have at least a few cards that are overs.
Yeah.
Like all of them.
There's going to be at least 3 overcards.
And if there's not an overcard, you're in luck.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be at least 3 overcards.
Yes,
Otherwise, we really have a problem. Otherwise, we have a foul deck.
Yes. But, you know, you could have one that's not an over because you got your set.
You can have 2 of them because you can make quads.
Yep. I had a hand the other night
where
I got
What
this.
are the quads of the day?
Let's see, there were 2s yesterday, so 3s tonight. At Card House, we have quads of the day. It's 3s tonight. Yeah, I was right. For $400. So if you get those 4 cards in your hand on a bomb pot, in other words, down, or if you you get it on the 2 in your hand and 2 on the board, you win that. It's a great promotion. Got up to 3,600 recently.
Yeah, all the rules on that at TexasCardHouse.com. But yeah, PLO or PLO bomb pot, you get the 4 cards in the hand. We do have PLO here sometimes.
Yeah,
And,
I remember when our friend Baja did it. And that, for a couple of non-premiums, that one got hit pretty strong.
Yeah, so Bertram's got top 2. Kevin's got a pair. And he's going to put out the C-bet.
A little bit out of Kevin's typical range.
Yeah, 5 deuce is a pretty adventurous hand. Bertram choosing to just flat rather than check raise.
Oh,
And
that
the
might
3,
get Kevin thinking even more. I guess he can't, he can make the straight, so yeah.
Yeah, the 3 is safe for Kevin.
It is.
But yeah, Bertram, like there's a lot of
Great
cards
check.
that he's not going to want to see.
And with the rainbow board, you know, Bertram's got to be like, I am 99% good here.
Yeah.
Kevin does make it 65. That's half pot.
And now we get the check raise from Bertram. Goes up to 225.
Set the trap. See if he gets a fish. When Kevin is the opposite of the fish.
If this is actually 5 deuce, I think we fold here.
Yeah.
If this was a misread, then
Oh,
who
yeah.
knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Because 5 deuce is very out of character.
All right, so let's say it's ace 5. Is this
that's
a
why I'm
fold?
second guessing it. If it's ace 5, well, it's still bottom pair. What if it's 5-5?
Well, then we're gonna talk to our producers about the card reading because we missed out on the great little. If it was 5 in the window, so that would have really been exciting to call.
Hey, sometimes they gotta trick us. Dante predicting that Kevin's gonna fold.
He doesn't. Maybe
He makes
maybe
the call.
you're right.
I doubt this is 5 deuce.
It can't be. It can't be 5 deuce.
In the chat, what do you guys think Kevin actually has?
Well.
Well, I mean,
if it is
5 deuce, he's in a lot of trouble here. If it's 5 deuce, he's gonna be doubling Bertram.
No. Oh no.
If it's 5 deuce, he's gonna be doubling Bertram. If it's not 5 deuce, I don't know.
Yeah, that no straights really, but ace 4.
Bertram moves all in.
Jams. This is if he does have 5 deuces, it's going to be so hard to get away from.
If it's 5 deuce, I mean, he'd probably be snapping right now.
I think so.
Like this is a
Kevin
really
doesn't
awesome
snap
river.
anything. I think his birth was probably even not a snap deal. It was probably a long drawn out affair. He's very deliberate. If it's 5s, he snapped.
Yeah, like yeah. So I think we can rule out the set of 5s. So he would have snapped. I would imagine he would snap.
Yeah, how
the
ugly
set.
would it be if it was queen 5? He has played quite a few times with Bertram. Kevin's great about having a player profile in his head. I've seen him make plays on. You could tell he was playing the player, not so much the cards or the board.
And we have seen Bertram bluff off already, which is another argument where I'd be snapping the 5 deuce.
Dante thinks
bluff.
Kevin folds, but that one might have been on the hand or the.
I think that was
before
on the
the
turn.
end. Yeah, I think you're right. Dante, one of our commentators. Shout out to you, brother.
Great to see you in the chat.
Yep.
Always fun doing a show with you. And Kevin's reaching for his chips.
And he
He's going to put them
makes
in.
the call. Well, Kevin will muck it if it's 5 deuce. You'll never see it. And he must have mucked it. We didn't
Bertram's
see
going
it.
to push the pot. I guess it is 5 deuce.
It is? Yeah. Wow. That's a pretty amazing call on the turn. And then to get really what turns out to be a cooler card for you, you level yourself so badly there.
It's also the downside of playing 5 deuce. Like this can happen.
Yes.
Like we're gonna make 2 pair.
Well, it's like name one good thing that can happen other than
It's like we're gonna make 2 pair.
Yeah.
And we're gonna play a big pot, and we're not gonna have the winner.
Right.
That's the problem.
And even if you get trips, you have the worst trips that you'll have.
You will not have a kicker.
No, your card will never
you get
play.
that same problem where what's going to play a big pot with you? Well, Queen 9 would play a big pot with you.
Yes. Yeah. 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 And
But
if
there's
you're
very little that's going to play a big pot.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, let's see if 3s are a little bit better for you because they are the quads of the day.
Yes,
so Kevin is going to call down to at least the turn. Last time I played the stream, 2s were the quads.
Yeah.
I got them 3 times. Cost me a lot of money just to watch till the turn.
Oof. Optimize and Bertram both calling the raise. Bertram just flatting with the 10s. You could consider a re-raise.
In position, too.
He's actually in between them, and he's going to flop top set.
That's right. Kevin's in position. Right.
Yeah. Bertram is in the worst position. Kevin was the opener under the gun. Optimize flatted button. Kevin going to see bet here.
Button. Thanks for keeping up, Lottie. Well, that's set.
Optimize has a lot of back doors, so he's going to want to peel. Now, Bertram, same question. Do we raise or do we call? He's going to call. I think he likes the delayed check raise. I think that's his move.
Yeah, well, we saw that on the turn on that other hand. So,
Jack of clubs, potential chaos card here. Optimize picking up the nut club draw. Does not pick up a straight draw, but does have the nut club draw, so he's unlikely to go anywhere. In fact, he's going to be doing the betting here as it checks to him. Kevin waving the white flag,
Yep.
presumably. $100 from Optimize, and this is music to Bertram's ears. The only hands he loses to right now is Pocket Jacks, which we probably would have heard from prior to now.
Yes.
And 100 is going to
Although
get
this
called.
board was great up till now for Jacks, but yeah, you would expect to see more pre-flop.
So the river we go, heads up.
And
King
the
of clubs, he's going to get there. Optimize with the
Oh,
nuts.
With the nuts. Oh. Oh, and there's very few chances that Bertram's had in his mind that the backdoor clubs are going to be a factor here. He's hoping that he has ace-10. He's hoping that the case-10 is there. It's going to be impossible for him to get away. Let's see. What do you think this bet size? Oh, he's already put out
I think
125.
those small, 125. Yeah. I think he's hoping to induce a raise.
Yes, I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's throwing a little chum in the water.
And he's only losing to something that got backdoored. Because there's no jacks, there's no kings that are getting here.
Right.
It's only backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I mean, how does even no. How does Queen Ace, Queen Nine? No.
Was this a call or a raise?
I don't know. He threw out one.
That
so I
one
guess
chip,
it's
he didn't say anything. That is a call.
Yeah.
And so he's going to lose the minimum.
Boy. Optimize has no idea how well that played out for him. I mean, he just knocked down a top set on the flop. Wow. Well, we've had some action early.
We sure have. We're only half an hour in.
Yeah, we're half an hour into it. And as Big Mike joins, glad to see a 6-player join.
Yeah, we still got seats.
Yep. I knew Mike was going to be a little bit late, so we're glad to see he came. We still have 2 seats available, folks. Three seats available. Get in the car, unless you're driving from New Zealand. Then
it'd be hard to drive from New Zealand.
yeah, you got to get on the boat.
But you know what? You'd get here in time for next week's game.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have seats for next week. You want to play on next week's show? Get at us. Click the link in the description and follow the instructions there, or just contact the club, Texas Card House Austin. We also stream out of 3 other locations: Dallas, Houston, and Rio Grande Valley. So be sure to subscribe to this channel, get the notifications on, find out every time we're on the air. We have a lot of spades and we have a lot of clubs. I want black cards.
Yeah, how about?
And I want 6s.
Yes, 6s and black cards and the ace of whatever.
9-6 for Big Mike,
spades
which
or
is
clubs.
useless. JY with the
Am
bad
I seeing
flush.
no clubs and no spades?
JY has the clubs.
Oh, okay. Well, how big were they?
Not very big.
Okay.
Premium hand
7-3.
Sean.
He does have
at
a
least
draw
one
to the
club.
straight flush on the bottom. 7-3. Just needs a 5 of clubs.
70.
Oh no, 5. Yeah, 5. Kevin's got 5 of clubs. So
Sean is going to be betting 70. May just clear it out.
yeah, I
Nobody
think
with
so.
spades.
How do you call that board if you don't have spades or clubs?
Yeah. Or a set, or
Something. Yeah.
So Sean takes it. I don't know if he had the flush or not. I would imagine he had the flush.
Yeah, it wasn't he the one that had the 7-3? That's
Uh,
a bad thing about bomb pots. Those hands were run
somebody
by
else had the
somebody.
7-3. I think it was JY that had the 7-3.
Yeah. Okay.
Sean had the jack of clubs and he had a mystery card.
He also had position, which is a great thing to have in bomb pots. Underrated.
Yeah, great way to get check raised too.
Yeah, that's true. Although I found that most bomb pot players in recreational 1-2 games are not that swoofed. That's an East Texas word for
I believe you.
yeah.
I've not heard that word before.
Swoofed.
I've never heard that word. I'm sure it's a perfectly cromulent word.
I've never heard the word call before either until I said this. So we've taught each other. We've increased each other's mispronunciated vocabulary.
30 from JY.
Well,
Kevin going to
Kevin's
defend his straddle.
he's getting the pairs. 2s, 3s, 9s.
Spring and summer, it's harder to get. But even like
Queen, Queen 5, not so bad for the 9s.
No.
The over is paired.
One thing I've learned about Kevin playing with him as often as I do is that kind of board with an under pair, he's going to be effective in his assessment of it.
15 from JY.
Tiny little bet.
And Kevin going to call. Another over now, which is going to connect with JY.
Yep. See what he makes it here. I mean, tiny little blocker bet before that. I don't even know if I call it a blocker, more like a toe stubber. And he checks it back. Interesting. They're both, maybe he's afraid of the queen.
Yeah, he has a hand that does not want to get raised.
Yes. And he can't put Kevin on basically the same thought process. What is that, a 40?
35.
35?
Small bet. JY has a price where really pretty much any pair is a slam dunk call, and that's what happens.
Yeah, he really thought he had lost that hand. He was not even going to show his cards. He was ready to muck them.
Those 99 red balloons going to get deflated here.
Luftverlag. All right. As we get into the Roger Staubach hand, or the Jeremy Mayfield hand, if it's more up your alley. That's kind of going back a little bit.
That is going back a little bit. Yeah, never mind the scandalous way that career ended.
Oh, gosh, I watched a whole video on that from his perspective.
I was thinking more like, say, Ryan Blaney.
Yep, I like Ryan Blaney. Liked his dad,
champion.
too. You know, I met his dad.
Really?
I think I told you that. Yeah, at Texas Motor Speedway.
I did not know
I was trying to get the King's autograph, and I turned around, and there's Dave Blaney.
Dave Blaney.
And I said, hello, Mr. Blaney. And I said, would you like to give me an autograph? And he goes, you know, honestly, I just want to talk to the King. He was nice about it, but I was like, well, we all do.
Yeah.
Did get Sir Richard's autograph.
I have never interacted with him. I have been not that far from him. I've been within 100 feet of him.
Yeah.
But I've never interacted with Richard Petty. Never got that chance.
He was the nicest man you can imagine. Yeah. Just inundated with people. But I said, this is not for me, Mr. Petty, but I'd like to get an autograph from my cousin. He goes, if you walk with me, I'll give it to you. So I walked down the pit with him.
Nice. We see Sean Pipping optimize his top pair here.
Yep.
And Sean calling the optimized bet. We'll see if he can stand the heat if he keeps firing turn. 3 of diamonds is a safe one.
Kind of curious what they would do if the heart came out, but it didn't. They both have the over to the rest of the board. Neither one of them probably feel good. I never feel good about my kicker with ace-10.
But you know what? There's hearts there, and we're beating the bluffs.
Yep.
Optimized potting it. 150, just about pot.
Using a little early position aggression to take it down. Nice. Very nice.
Thank you very much.
A little surprised at that. Yeah, not really. I mean, it's with ace-10. My thoughts are often that I'm playing up against ace-jack or ace-queen. So that hand that I had yesterday, ace-queen. Now, like I said, it was ace-king versus ace-queen versus ace-queen.
Yeah.
And we actually hit a queen. Me and the guy to my right, but it didn't help because king was in the window.
I was at Homestead one time. It was Jeff Gordon's last race.
And,
Rusty Wallace did drive past me on a golf cart.
What a surprise. Did he rub you a little bit as he went by?
He did not.
Well, Rusty was too nice. Well, no, Rusty wasn't.
Yeah,
if it was Mark Martin, that would have been.
They definitely had their incidents over the years.
Yeah.
I remember a bump and run at Bristol or two.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was always surprised. I saw Rusty in person several times, promo events. He's bigger than most of those guys. He's a pretty big guy. He's not Michael Waltrip size, but he's a pretty good sized guy. As Bertram hits his queen on an all black board.
Yeah, for those who don't know, racers tend to be smaller people just
Yes.
because they fit in the car better.
Yeah. And a lot of them start off in karts and other things where if you're smaller, you definitely have an advantage. Yeah. This generation seems to be all small.
Yeah.
I mean, Richard Childress's grandsons are tiny,
Yeah.
tiny little people.
Your words, not mine. Clip this and send it to Austin and Ty Dillon.
Well, we're glad to have you. Once again, comments in the chat are welcome. We love questions. We love commentary. And as Streamlabs, I don't know, is that a real person or is that AI? I always wonder
That's
that.
a bot. Yeah,
That's a bot.
I would not call it an AI.
Yeah, that's probably, I'm an IT idiot, Lottie. So, but as it just reminded you, we appreciate it if you'll hit the like button.
Premium hands strong with the TJ Cloutier, the Jack 9 of clubs.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's
Facing
going
the
back.
3-bet.
Wow, that's going back. You're saying Jeremy Mayfield's going back. TJ Cloutier is really going back when?
I only know that fact because I met him at Choctaw.
Oh, nice. Well, that's
And
kind of
this
not
is
his
a
flop.
Really great hands for a really great flop for Kevin.
Yep. Kevin's got to be like, okay, forget the small pairs. I'll take the ace jack every day, especially with these flops. But he's probably not going to get paid a dime.
Fridays and Saturdays, yeah. Fridays and Saturdays I'm typically.
Yeah, Sean not going to chase back doors that could just be dead anyway.
Yes, exactly.
This past weekend
Well, yeah, I talked to
scheduled to work Saturday.
premium man Sean, and he said that he's been playing for 20 years.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of time at the table under his belt, a little felt under his belt, as they say.
Yeah.
So he's probably been in that position before. He's a semi-pro. That's what we decided we would call him, semi, until he decides whether he's going to stay at the poker game. That's my retirement plan.
And it's always an interesting distinction that people try to make between, well, who's a pro, who's a rec. Well, it's more like who's trying to play for profit, who's trying to just screw around,
Yeah,
who's playing full-time, who's not.
yeah. I think that maybe a full-time player is a better way to put it because, we make jokes about there are those that are doing this for their living, but it's more about just making a good living than as opposed to being some splashy pro. So they're kind of in that middle tier.
Like, I'm playing to win, but I'm not playing full-time.
No, me either. Although my mother thinks I'm a full-time player because she calls me only when I'm at the card house. She's like, when are you not
timing.
there?
Impeccable timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outriver says Streamlabs is my favorite chatter. Yeah, full of personality, the bot. Full of.
Yeah.
Is it Sia the bot?
What's that?
You know Sia the bot?
I'm not familiar.
She's a Hollywood player that you see on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, I guess I'm not watching the right YouTubes then.
Yeah, she's.
Why would I watch any poker YouTube that's not TCH Live?
I don't know. I don't even know
There
why. I
aren't
brought
any
it.
others.
There
There
are.
aren't
This
any.
is the only one that counts.
How
much is the year? Too much.
Optimized with Jack 10 again. First he had 10-9. Now he's got Jack 10. Those were always nice to have. Asian aces. You heard that term?
I forgot what hand has that term.
Jack
but-
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, no, it's true. I was told that by one of our Asian players a long time ago. And then I've heard it several times since then. And, of course, it hits.
A pair for each player. Big
Yep.
Mike going to lead into Optimize on Jack
Interesting.
4-3. And I doubt Optimize goes anywhere with top pair on the back door.
Well, we can see that these
Okay, so
players
actually
have.
our graphic is wrong. Okay, so what happened was Optimize made it 30, and Big Mike check raised him to 75,
Well,
which is a tiny check raise.
yeah.
And Optimize is going to just 3-bet it.
It gets
And
called.
Big Mike is calling poker is happening here. I wonder if Big Mike has 8-4.
You know,
But poker is happening.
we thought that about the 5 deuce, too.
There's the 5. Won't change anything.
Now, I will say that typically at this point, if we're not reading cards correctly, Mel would have handed us a note.
Check, check.
Wow.
5 of clubs
That meant
on
the-
the ends.
That might give Optimize a little. Oh, it goes
Check,
check,
check.
check. Yeah.
And Optimize wins.
Well,
Okay, so I guess it was 8-4.
I guess it was, and if so, these players have got a wider range than we've seen in a little while. Not since Chase was here.
Yeah, I mean, check raising and calling the 3-bet with the 8-4 on that flop. That was, that's definitely a choice.
Yeah. And if so, if he was doing it to make a move on the river, he didn't take advantage of it because that 5 was a good card to do that
When I
with.
started working here in July,
Could have repped the trips, not the set.
I paid
Trips.
$300 for 1 they get,
For membership when you work here?
no, we don't. That was it.
Not
I
anymore.
paid for a yearly, and then started working here effectively 1 month after I paid for it. They get
All right, folks. For those of you that just joined us, this is the 2-5 game at TCH Austin. Beautiful Austin day. We still have a couple of seats open, so if you're in the neighborhood, please come by. We'll be here. We do 4 hours, and we're about, 40 minutes into our stream. Love to see you in the chat. Love to see you hit the like button. Now we have a mystery card.
Check,
Big
check.
Mike.
I'm guessing nobody has any of this.
Big
I
Mike.
think first
is-
one to bet wins.
Yeah, I think so.
8 check. 1 check. Showdown, please.
I think Kevin's mystery card is gonna
Probably,
win
it's
it.
probably better than a 7.
It's not.
But
Wow. No bets. So
7 high
7 high wins. Maybe Kevin had 3-4 suited.
could be.
We both had nothing. So
That's about the worst hand I could put him on.
I feel like there should be a penalty if you lose the 7 high at showdown.
Yeah, yeah. I do too.
well, you knew where you were at, though. And then I'll have it that time. I'm happy playing the board.
Something went very wrong if you lost the 7 high at showdown.
Yeah. Well, Big Mike has shown that his range is pretty much Idaho. And there's Kevin with his deuces again.
It's actually JY.
Oh,
with
that's
the
JY with
deuces.
the deuces, yeah.
5 raise.
I don't know exactly why JY's hand came up first. I don't think.
Because Kevin was the big blind. That's why.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
So I thought the button was in front of Sean.
Nope.
A little confused. He's in front of Bertram. A little off to the side there. Yeah, yeah, I see it. This is my angle. This is the camera angle. It was all angle. Well, that's kind of a nice,
Open enter for Kevin and
Yeah.
his
that's
6-3.
kind of a nice board for Kevin.
And
Again,
still
Kevin
lead.
playing some wide range tonight. And not favorable position. And he's going to take it down with a $15 bet. A couple of small pots.
He's got to get 7 high out of there before he gets to
Yeah,
showdown.
yeah, maybe he's adjusted his game to this range after losing the 7 high. Well, since he just wanted to better the 7 high, he just wanted to hammer 6 high.
Yep. All right, on to the next hands. Looks like the 10's going to be on this time.
Live 10.
We see optimize the straddler. We'll sneak preview of his hands. Bertram with 9s.
Yep.
Limps. King Jack offsuit folds. Explain this to me,
I
Kevin.
don't know.
6-3 plays,
Yeah.
but that hand doesn't.
No. And the board is the same.
This is deja vu.
All over
But
again.
this time it is optimized out flopping Bertram.
4 bet 20.
Trip
Bertram's
5s. Bertram with the overpair, he could be on the hook here.
just calls.
Calls the 20.
A little surprised he just calls there. It's hard to put optimized on a 5. Well, obviously the players know something. King Jack's worth nothing.
Spade on the board could slow it down a bit. That's 3 spades now on his queen.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of expecting Bertram to bet.
Well, he just called optimize.
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of surprised he didn't come over the top because of the spades that were out there. Had no overs.
60 from optimize. Bertram undeterred. Bertram unfortunately drawing to just 1 out. That's not a 9. So the trip 5s will be good for optimize. See if he goes for a third street of value, or if he decides to shut it down. Looks like he's going to go for some value, $100. Does Bertram want a bluff catch with a hand that has steadily decreased in value with every street?
Yeah. And he's going to make, is he raising? Yeah, he raised.
That is a
to
raise.
300.
He's going to say, I got a spade, buddy. And makes it 250. Goes for a small raise.
Now, is this a tank here? Come on. If he's really got 9-5, what is he thinking? That he's called me off all along with a better kicker?
Or that he caught the spade and then he saved the raise for the river.
Yeah.
Which is a possibility.
Yeah, because he did that with the queen 9, you know. Although he got crushed in that hand.
And in
Optimized didn't see
position,
it.
Bertram doesn't have to raise until the river if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. Well, I was going to say, that's why I didn't really like the smooth call on the flop. I felt like the 9s needed a little bit of protection. Now we know that it would have been the wrong thing to do, but instead, maybe he was thinking at that time, well, if a spade comes out, I'm gonna look like I've got it better because it's all been Optimize's action.
Optimize makes the call.
Wow, good call. Good call. No, yeah.
He almost knocked it. He almost knocked it.
I was like, why is he just showing him what he had?
He sees a black card. He assumes that he's in trouble. But
Yes, he did.
it's gonna work out for Optimize this time.
Interesting hand. See, I really felt like the 9s needed protection there after that flop, but you know, Bertram was thinking he just didn't get Optimized to fold.
And Optimize was probably thinking, well, we've already caught him with his hands in the cookie jar once.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that happened tonight.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think Bertram's raise was big enough to get anything to fold.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when he threw the 300 out. I mean, it almost it was a value
only
raise.
250 actually.
Yeah, that's true because he was.
It was just 150 on top, and like that was just so tiny.
Yeah.
With respect to the pot, like you're.
So
just
what
begging to
would
get
you
calls.
think would have been a size that would have pushed Optimize off the hand?
I don't know if
500?
Optimize was going to fold or not, but given the history at this point, but I probably would have made it something like 500.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, that's interesting. And these guys do play a lot together. Bertram's been a part of our stream for a couple of months now, so they've gotten some table time together.
Big Mike got to rip it in with Queen 9 suited.
Bertram's got Queen 9. Well, that is the new definition of a Big Mike premium.
Bertram calls!
Oh, my gosh. No, if ever there was a time, Lonnie, that
$1,400 in the middle. Queen 9 and Queen 9.
now
Let's
I'm
go.
wondering if the cards are being read right. Is insane.
Backdoor diamonds. Nope. Chop it up.
Oh
my
gosh.
God. Oh, my
Bertram
God.
is going to. He's going Oh, you got to love that hand. The rest of the table is looking at these two like, what the heck am I going to have to put up with for the next 3 hours and 15 minutes? What
So
the
like,
heck?
I believe it was only the 10 that was on, and we go like
Yeah.
125, 700. What?
And a call.
Oh,
Well,
no,
who needs it?
No, I think Big Mike probably would have opened to something reasonable. And
Yeah,
then like
yeah.
125 and then all of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Well, guys, who needs a full table when you've got these crazy hands, you know?
And Big Mike got to put the 20 on. Kevin got to put the 40 on. Come on, JY, do it. Max Straddle, come on.
No, new player, he's probably like, these people are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
So,
be nice to see the button straddle.
So the role with TCH Austin is, if you want to straddle, you do it under the gun. It's got to be at least twice. Be big blind. It can be up to your entire stack.
Yeah.
If that player does it, so the player there left can re-straddle, and it goes on like that all the way to the button. You can straddle all the way around to the button.
Well, so far, every hand has been a stinker until we get to Bertram. So Bertram is going
125.
to lead out. That's the great
This is
thing about
fine.
it.
This
Now
is a
he's
perfectly-
$130 because it's,
Yeah.
straddle size.
This is a perfectly good raise.
Yeah.
King 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, yeah. I like this hand a lot. Give me this over ace queen.
Big Mike lets it go this time. He lets the king
Yeah,
6
top of his
go
range.
over to Kevin in the last straddle. He has 6-3,
Oh, Kevin.
and he's played 6-3 before, so does he want to do the 6-3 dance again? It has worked out for him before.
Yeah, he won with 6-high. He was open-ended, but he's thinking right now, is this just a squeeze by Bertram a little bit,
I imagine he goes Big Mike and just rips it in.
Yeah.
Well, if he's getting snapped by King 10. If
Well-
Queen 9's calling, then King 10's calling. Kevin's going to
He makes
defend
the
that
call.
straddle.
Oh, my gosh. Good for Kevin.
Almost $300 in the middle, and one of the hands is 6-3 offsuit.
I've
Heads up
seen
we
Kevin
go.
play wider range of hands tonight than I've ever seen him play. And he gets a gutter.
He does get a gutter, and Bertram gets a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing but backdoor. I think they're going to be happy to check down
to turn we
regardless.
go.
Oh, now he
There's
gets a
the
piece
10.
of it. Bertram's got a piece of it now. Second pair on a rainbow board. Checks it.
Check, check. Kevin needs a 4. Misses. Check, check, and
And Kevin never is going to show his hand here. He does not want the table to see he's played 2 6-3s in the first 20 hands.
he has the literal nut low on the river.
Oh, man.
All right, here comes the 40 again. Let's do it all the way around.
That's right. 4-3 would have been a wheel. Yeah, you're right. 6-3 was the nut low. Like, how do you see those things so fast, Lottie? What part of that brain that I didn't get that you have?
The part that plays a lot of low ball games.
Yeah, you know what?
And a lot
Thank
of high
you.
low as well. Like,
Thank you. You just made me feel better.
like you play some Omaha 8 or better.
Oh, stop it.
Well, okay, of course, their straights are okay with the lows.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
like,
Deuce to 7,
Yeah.
Badoogie.
like
Yeah.
you play games where lows are a thing, and
Yeah. Thank you. You made
You
me
see
feel
these
better.
things.
I was thinking that I had lost some DNA race with you there. Somehow.
that's still a possibility.
Well, I'm from East Texas, so our DNA, our family tree is a palm tree, if that tells you anything. So very straight, not a lot of branches.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see that raise.
we got some poker happening here. Optimize opened up the jacks. Big Mike just flatting with the ace king.
Yeah.
Oh, but I said raise.
Kevin in a $20 straddle this time with the king 9
I said raise.
offsuit.
Kind of like this with Big Mike because they're going to put him on such a wide range, having seen a few of his hands already.
I did say raise.
Oh, he wanted to raise.
Of course not. I said raise.
He said raise, and he put a chip out, so he's going to be held to a min raise, I would think.
Yeah, I think.
So
yeah,
that would
that's
be
the rules.
$100.
Yeah, $100. Yeah,
Yeah, so it was 20. Optimize made it 60.
but he made it 200, so she must have given him some leeway.
Yeah, I think the players said, okay, like he made a mistake, and okay, that's fine too.
Yeah, yeah. As long as he does get an objection from the table.
And now Kevin's actually going to fold, and Optimize has jacks. Big Mike started with like $700. This could just be all in right here, right now.
Yeah, yeah.
It probably should just be all in right here, right now, especially when Big Mike is turning over Queen 9.
He just gets
Optimize
flat.
is going to flat.
Float-
Maybe he's
gonna
going
float
to.
it. Yeah,
Maybe he's going to give Big Mike a chance to go crazy.
yeah. I wouldn't. Yeah, a horrible board, but it actually
Queen
gives
deuce
it.
isn't so
yeah,
bad.
no, it's to most.
He's all in. He's all in,
Yeah.
and
Let's see if Optimize can suss this out.
and he flatted. Like he could have a few queens.
Yeah, certainly ace queen is range. Queen king, queen 10. We've seen a lot of queen 9s played tonight, including by Big Mike. This is where I wished I was Optimizer Kevin because they're really great at sussing these things out.
This is another slightly over pot, and it's going to work.
It worked.
No, what's the other one?
Big Mike flashes a king. Shows it.
Oh, you have jack?
Yeah, a little
Optimize got bluffed.
You know, the table image of Big Mike right now, I don't know. Have you seen him play this stream before?
No.
I haven't either. The table image of him right now is, oh my gosh, we've got Chase back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not afraid to go all in with junk.
All we're missing is the $300 straddles.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But there's still time for that.
There it is. It's kind of hard to do at this table.
No, it's not just take $300 of chips and put them out there.
Well, we've seen the one straddle go all the way around.
We
It
got the
was immense.
40 on. Sean not indulging us with the 80. Perfectly fine.
I love this. Fun table. Optimized checks his crusher hand.
A 7 deuce. Let's see if we get a 7 deuce special.
That'd be priceless.
Check.
Not this time.
Not this time. Yeah. JY has got top with the 10 kicker. You said we had the $40. Yeah, that's why our pot's up. We had a $40 straddle on this.
That's right. The 40 was on.
Yeah.
That was too cheap. We really should have let you take it.
JY just takes it with a bet. He's got a pair and nobody else has anything. So
Yeah.
that's how that goes.
Hey, that's where you love a straddle if you're if you hit your top pair. You just take down a good pot on what was very little action.
Looks like we're going on to a bomb pot as we hit
Yeah.
the hour mark.
Yeah, we're going to play the Jeff Gordon hand,
Number 24.
your favorite.
Absolutely.
Love his little conversation that he did about Dale, how their relationship changed.
Yeah.
I was never a Jeff Gordon fan, but the older I got, the more I liked him.
Yeah, he got more popular as time went on.
Well, he was one of the people didn't like him at the beginning because he kind of had that California thing, and they liked the good old boys.
Yeah, it's like not a southerner. Came
No.
from a slightly different racing background.
But the longer we watched him, the more we realized he was a real person.
and got into the series younger than a lot of other guys were
Yep.
getting in. Big Mike has 3 pair on one board, and Optimize
Set
has
of
a set of
sixes.
sixes. Gonna call.
Don't see any spades yet.
Premium hand Sean 10 10 9 8 has a wrap on bottom. Bertram Jack 10 8 is
He's got a wrap as well.
yeah, he's got the wrap and he's got stuff going on the top. The 4 pairs, and there's the 8, which I'm sure has made at least one player straight. Sean has this has the nut straight with the 10 9.
And Big Mike's got the boat on top with 4 king. Actually, 4 9 or 4 king.
Yes,
He
he's
blocks
got-
so many other boats. He's got to feel good about
He's
that.
got an Armada.
And a little card removal for him. He likes it.
Not much that can scoop him. And he also blocks the nut spade draw on
He
the
does.
bottom.
He does.
Optimize calling. He's got trips on top to go with his set on bottom. And he's behind on both boards right now. Premium hand Sean putting out the raise up to 480. He's got a one-way hand. He's got hearts on a paired board up top. Got a heart draw.
Yep,
I'd be really careful though with this one-way hand. Not only is it one-way, it's a straight.
it is. It's a
And-
straight, which can always be ruined by a spade or any pair.
Well, that and then somebody else can have the same straight as you.
Yeah, you could be get quartered.
Yeah,
Or
2
even
10s blocks
6.
that a little bit, but it's not impossible that you're getting quartered here.
Yep.
On Bertram at the moment, I believe, so he folds. Big Mike makes the call with his boat. Another one-way hands where you got to be a little bit cautious. It's not a bad thing that you're blocking kings and nines, so those are the 2 hands that scoop him. But he's looking at half the pot, and as people fold, that gets less and less attractive.
Yep. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
think there's any way that like Optimize has the least amount of equity of anybody right now. But I think maybe Premium's thinking, well, I've got a blocker to someone else having the nut straight, so he feels good about it.
Hearts come in
And
on
his
the top.
his contingency plan just came in.
Yeah, he doesn't actually win on the top.
No,
but-
he doesn't. But in his mind, he's thinking, well, at least I've got the hearts as a backup plan.
And he does have nuts on bottom,
Yeah.
so he knows he's not getting scooped.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's hoping. Yeah, he's never getting scooped. He's only getting quartered. Great pot, 1,747. It's our best bomb pot of the night. Only our third.
And so 200 from Big Mike.
Yeah,
And
he puts it all
Sean
in.
moving all in. Optimized at calls. Sean moves all in for a bit more, 575. Not a lot in relation to the pot. Big Mike gonna call for less with his boat. Back to Optimize, who's got great odds, but he has a hand that is not so great.
Yeah.
You don't really like having bottom set and
You know, in those
and
trips.
like trips with no kicker.
Yeah, it's like there's not a friendly card on that board for him.
And Optimize calls the remaining 200, and he's not going to win here. Because, oh no, he hasn't called actually. The
No,
graphics he's not called yet.
He's got 350. He makes the call.
Makes the call. So he's not even going to win the side pot because Sean has the hearts.
Yep.
And he has the. He's got the straight on the bottom. He's got the hearts on the top. So Optimize doesn't even get a side pot.
Yep. Yep.
And Big Mike. Well, Sean's going to scoop the side pot. That's the first thing that's going to happen. He had more chips. And then
That's where that contingency plan paid him off a little bit. Having the hearts.
Yeah, so Sean and Mike are going to chop up the main pot, and Sean's going to scoop the side
Well, I'm going
pot.
to give Sean a little credit here that he kind of took a little peek over the stack size of Big Mike and made the decision that, hey, I've got a lot of this, and I block. Give him a little credit there for being a good bomb pot player.
Yeah.
Well, what's the worst feeling in bomb pots? Realizing that of the 3 people in the hand, you're the dead money.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's been an hour. I'm going to do a little advert if y'all don't have any objection. So, first of all, I want to tell y'all about, let's see if I can get it to come up, a refer a friend. Our refer a friend promotion is if you bring a friend with you, you can earn $50 in rewards. And I have no friends, so I like to think that somebody out there who has friends can bring them in, get a little extra reward money, play for, or get the $50 credit on your, and then also we're going to tell you about Ladies' Night. My favorite night of the week is Ladies' Night, every Friday night. Very happy to have you.
Yeah, so
Ladies, come on Friday night. We have a great PLO tournament on that night. As premium hand, Sean gets another premium hand.
yeah, half off your club access fees on the ladies' night.
Yep.
TexasCardHouse.com to find out about all the promos at all the locations. And Big Mike free betting with his King 10, which is dominated.
Totally dominated.
And Sean going for the 4 bet up to 150. He knows Mike's going to be happy to see flops.
Oh, I thought that was, I thought he had the same suits, but
So
he's
the
actually got the
150.
club.
Going to
And
take
he
the
hits
flop,
it.
ace 8-5. Great flop for ace king.
Yep, ace of clubs to boot. Let's see. He actually takes the initiative away from Mike as he checked to him, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah.
Premium hand.
Well, Mike checks at the 4 better is what
Yeah,
happens. As you normally would, especially on an ace high flop.
Yep, makes sense. He's been pretty aggressive so far, though. I wasn't counting it till it happened, but yeah.
So we're just at least straddling the 10 at minimum? Yeah, I'm just saying, no, I'm
Well,
talking
I would say that our new visitor, Sean, has lived up to his name.
about, y'all okay with that?
Yeah,
Premium hands have been what he's had.
He's gotten a lot of premiums.
Yeah. Not that this table is big on premiums. We've seen a lot of crazy
A little
plays,
small and a little slow.
including from our fairly tighter players like Kevin KY.
Yeah, I'm not playing the 6-3 offsuit
Yeah, never.
for free, but if you're
big
asking me to
blind
put
for
money
free?
in, the answer is no.
You wouldn't even call it for the small blind.
No.
Kevin Y again with a pair of fairly mid to small pairs of all
And
these.
a really unfortunately timed raise because JY right behind him has queens.
Yeah. And Big Mike playing Uncle T's favorite non-premium, suited 10-8.
It is the worst feeling when you raise something that is not the nuts and you don't even get past one player.
Yeah.
225 is the price tag from JY. Let's see if Big Mike wants to. No, he doesn't. He found a fold.
Double pump.
Did
And
not know he had that play in his quiver.
He can fold to a 4-bet. Good to know. And
Yep.
Jay White going to take it. Yeah, actually, I had a situation like that last week. I had I was facing a raise and a call. I have king queen suited in the big blind. There's a straddle behind me. I have king's queen suited. I decided to rip it in. It was like straddle 10, 30 call. I shoved $300. That's really the size that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And I don't even get back to the initial raiser because the straddler decided to shove over me, which is just what you want when you have king queen.
Yeah, a little protection.
No, I meant that sarcastically. What's 4-bet shoving that king queen is beating?
6-3.
Hey, look, Sean has another premium.
I'm going to tell him when I see him after the stream. At least for the first hour, you lived up to your name. And Kevin we're going to start calling him Small Pair Kevin.
Makes it 500, and Big Mike has 9s.
How many times have we
I
seen
think this
nines?
is all or nothing for him.
Yeah, I think you're right. What has he got behind? 1.1?
Yeah. He's got 1,100, and he put his straddle out there. He put 40 out there.
Yeah.
Which is why Kevin's open was the 140.
You know,
the
he's
nines
made some
folds.
good folds for being that aggressive.
And now Kevin has to fold. It's like, why do I raise?
Yeah, Kevin's got to be thinking, how does premium hand Sean
It's like
crush me every time?
it's like he just has a 3-bet signed tape to him.
Yeah.
What was I saying just before the premium hands?
You were talking about your king queen.
Right, yeah. So, the straddler had ace king as he held, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, you are crushed there. Yeah, were they suited king queen?
Yeah, it was suited.
That was suited? Okay. I like that hand, but you're right. It gets you in a lot of trouble. I mean, it's just one of those things where you're like, what am I beating when somebody comes over the top?
Yeah. I was hoping that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
I was hoping that my opponents would fold the trash that they were playing.
They
did after the second shove.
Remind me on the next bomb pot to tell you about my bomb pot hand 2 nights ago.
Sure.
It involved a pair of 9s, I'll tell you that. Oh.
Kevin raises again. This time he has the queen 4 suited. I mean, he played the pairs, and that hasn't worked.
He played the lows, which I've never seen him play before. He's going to try the mids.
King 10 for Big Mike, going to defend his straddle. Heads up we go. King 10 versus Queen 4.
Boy.
King 10 way ahead here. King 2.
Kevin's like, where's this board when I have my deuces?
Mike checks to the pre-flop raiser, who is going to put out a seat bet because this is a positional flop for the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah. And he's positioned, he's in the best position. This is where I like Kevin's game so much because he plays his position really well.
That said, Big Mike has top pair, so I don't think this is going to work.
It's not in this case.
Just a prediction.
Nice. There you go. She's got your back, dude.
Mike has check raised him. We go from 60 to 175, and Kevin wants to see a stack. Is Kevin thinking about getting frisky here? Or is he just sizing up what can go in on later streets?
Can't imagine. I'm not going to, after seeing a couple of the hands he's played tonight, no, but Kevin is not ever calling.
This is a fold. This is a clear fold.
Kevin's going to make him sweat a little bit. No.
He doesn't have Queen 4. There's no way in hell he has Queen 4.
Oh, no.
There's no way in hell he has Queen 4 of spades here.
Is somebody playing a joke on his
unless he's planning something really silly on the later street.
I don't know.
Mike tosses out 200.
Is he repping a deuce here?
And if Kevin calls, this would leave Big Mike about 3/4 pot for the river, which is a nice little shove there.
He's repping ace king. He was pre-flop raiser, so it's in play.
If we're calling the check raise and we have Queen 4, we have to be planning something aggressive on a later street.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was kind of thinking Bertram was going to do earlier. He
Kevin's
makes the
call
call.
200. I have less and less confidence that he has Queen 4.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Ten
Now
of
this
spades
is
on
this
the
is a
end.
very moist card.
Instant $300 bet from Big Mike. Kevin going to look at his cards again.
Oh, and Big Mike.
I mean,
doesn't know
he's
Kevin.
rivered a combo draw. We just need
Yeah.
one more street now. We just need an ocean.
And believe me, Kevin would love to trade one of those twos.
Like
in on
he's
another
looking
draw.
for an ace on the ocean here.
We got to invent that game where you get to pick a card
What's that?
and replace it with a new string.
Yeah. Is there a sassy option?
Yeah, it should be. Oh my gosh.
You have a king?
I can't imagine he does have Queen 4. The snap folds on the turn, maybe the flop.
And the sizing doesn't leave Kevin
Mel,
out.
are the cards being read correctly?
Yeah, so
Oh my
okay, so
gosh.
Kevin,
Yeah.
so here's what.
What's your kicker?
Yeah, so with
Wow.
this size, Kevin doesn't have a raise where
Mel tells us that this is correct.
Kevin doesn't have a raise
Yeah.
where he could actually
No, he
get a
doesn't.
fold.
Mike doesn't have enough behind for. He's got 373 behind. What are you ever going to do to push him off?
Are we trying to say that he has like 9 high like a boss here? Like that's what we're beating. We're beating 9 high, 8 high.
You know, is the seven high in Kevin's mind here? I can't
Hey, he's
imagine.
had 7 high before.
Yeah, he's faced it against Big Mike
Except
before.
that hand checked down. Like there
Yeah,
wasn't
I
any
know,
bet.
but he's thinking to himself, you know.
He
Yeah,
lets it go. Okay, he
I'm
lets it
just
go.
stunned, folks. I played so much poker with Kevin.
Read your hands correctly.
If you
Let's
read it
see.
correctly, I'll give you a quarter, and if you're wrong, you give me 10.
No, that's not a good deal.
Okay, 5.
No.
Okay, $1.
He just found out how cheap Kevin is.
Trying to make a profit.
He offered him.
Well, here's the question. Well, why would Kevin pay when he can find out in 15 minutes for
That's
free?
exactly what Kevin's thinking. I wouldn't pay you a dime because I'll find out anyway. Now the table wanted to take the dollar for sure. They want to know
Yeah,
now.
15 minutes from now, he'll get to find out that we are on a 15-minute delay here.
I'll be honest with you. This is as wide a range as I've seen Kevin play, and as crazy a hands as I've seen Kevin play.
Yeah, this is,
Still bet.
It's like, who are you, and what have you done with my friend Kevin?
yeah, this is out of character.
Why do you say 15 minutes?
Because we're going to see it on the stream, on live, not in the, yeah.
Well, we did ask our producer Mel if somehow these cards were not reading correctly. She assures me that they have been dead on accurate with what's been played.
Yeah,
Everything that's been put on the
tabled is
table
right.
has been. So, folks, Lottie and I are just having an out-the-body experience.
Yeah, Bertram has ace queen. He raises and takes it. Big Mike deciding not to do anything crazy with whatever he had. that-
Yeah, he's got to feel
Ace
like
queen
the
was
last
beating
hand was a
pre-flop.
gift. When he's going to be the one that's going to be surprised to see. Kevin's going to go, yeah, okay, King 10. He's going to look at the tape, or not the tape, I sound like I'm from the 70s. He's going to look at the stream and go, what the heck, Kevin, were you playing with?
A lot of people are going to be
not.
saying that when they
Yeah,
watch back.
I'm sitting here saying it, yeah.
Raise,
I guess so.
so I hit on the river.
You have a boat. Either you have a boat.
I had neither. I did not have a boat.
In a big blind for 5.
So you want to make a bet now?
Still table talk about that hand, speculating.
You were wrong again.
JY and
You were wrong 3 times.
Big Mike going back and forth, having a good time.
50.
8 ways.
And guess what?
You want to guess another time?
Queen 9. Maybe this is his favorite hand.
Maybe. He's
And
had
Kevin
it a
with
few
ace
times.
jack, and this is a 3-bet candidate. He's going to just call. Does have position on both players. So.
Yeah, I did. Maybe Kevin's own game is putting him off a little bit.
No aces.
Jack in the
Nails the
window.
jack. Top. He's got top.
And Big Mike has a heart draw
got a-
and middle pair.
Yeah, that's a
Bertram
great
also-
board.
Bertram also a top pair.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an action flop. A lot of equity on Mike's side. Unfortunately, Bertram's got very little, even though he's
So
got.
Big Mike chose to lead, or he didn't lead. He c-bet. He was the raiser. He c-bets the 50, and Kevin going to raise him up to 175. A lot of cards he wants some protection here. He doesn't want a card that straightens the board. Another heart, he has the nut heart draw, but he could also be behind a made flush at that point.
You know,
Bertram has top pair weak kicker,
Yeah.
and he's seen a bet and a raise. He should probably just fold. He's
Yeah.
not going to do that. And he's going to
Because
get
of that right
punished by
there.
Big Mike.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking is, why would you call here, Bertram? Because the guy to your left has no problem grabbing his chips and throwing them in the pile.
And now Kevin facing the $1,257 all-in. And I think this is probably a
Standard.
call.
Yes, yeah.
Like if and heads up, I think it's definitely a call.
Yeah.
The only reason we have pause is because Bertram just flats there
Yeah.
over the bet and the raise. That could just be a set.
And he made the call. Yeah,
Kevin
it
makes
could
the
be
call.
just
Let's
a
see
straight set.
Let's see what Bertram does.
Bertram's folding now.
He's got his cards. He still has cards in front of him.
Yeah, he does, but he's got to be folding now.
This is Texas.
Yeah, I know. I know. I know Bertram, though. I have a lot of respect for his game.
Just getting the graphics caught up here. Bertram still in the tank.
Unless this is Seinfeld Bizarro world, and it has been so far.
And I only won one time.
I mean, what do you think you're beating here if you got Queen Jack?
What am I thinking?
Yes.
I'm thinking I don't beat anything. That said, if I had Queen Jack offsuit, I'm probably just folding free. So
Well, yeah, I agree. And Bertram's a really smart player here. He's got to be thinking.
there's some chatter here.
Yeah, he's trying to get a little information from Kevin, which is like talking to the Sphinx.
And this is a multi-way pot. You can't be doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Kevin has hearts. I think Kevin has hearts.
Yeah, he is speculating a little bit.
You. I don't think you have
Bet something on the side.
I mean, the bottom line is we got 2 all-in players, so it doesn't affect the hand. There's no action remaining, so he could.
It affects equity, though. It affects
It
the third
does.
player's
It
equity.
does.
So he folds. What are you beating here? Really nothing against
Nothing.
2 players.
No.
No more action.
Okay, here we go. Big Mike looking for a heart or a queen. That's not it.
Showdown, please.
Doesn't get there.
Neither is that. Kevin going to hold
Oh,
with the
wow.
I had the heart.
pair of jacks.
I had,
Wow. Merry Christmas, Kevin. All your nightmares are over. The alarm clock has gone off. You're awake now.
We hear Bertram saying he had Queen Jack.
Yeah. Yep.
8, 9, 10.
Yep.
1,110.
Well, that it probably told Mike that because Mike, that was one of his outs. He could hit the 2 pair with the queen. That we were talking about the most irritable thing that people say at the table.
Yeah.
When somebody looks at me before the next card comes out and says, "Oh, I had a king."
Yeah, just shut the hell up at that point, right?
Let me have my illusions, or
Yeah.
delusions more likely. I hate it when they do that.
Yeah, so Kristen just getting everything counted here, getting the pot
Great
chips.
pot for Kevin. Great pot for Kevin.
Yeah, it gets him
Gets
a lot
him-
of the way out of the hole.
Yeah. Well, Kevin doesn't have a lot of nights that he doesn't walk away with a win of some level. So I fully expect him to have a green stack, a green total before we're done.
Yeah, so just wait, though. Like, he'll get 6-3 again, and,
I'm hoping that was just some sort of neurological event for the first hour of the stream and is not actually, yeah.
there's some kind of prop bet that we don't know about.
Yeah, there must have been somebody who had a prop bet with him said, "I guarantee you will not play this many bad hands." Maybe he's hit his quota and he's free now.
Or maybe there's a prop bet involving VPIP.
I can't. Kevin wouldn't even take $1 to $25 to share his card. So no, I can't see prop bets in Kevin's.
I probably wouldn't, except here, where like I'm getting money for something that they're going to see in 15 minutes anyway.
Yeah.
Big Mike raises and takes it. I mean, last year, somebody actually bet me on whether there was a break after a particular level at a WSOP tournament. He swore up and down that there was no break when they were going to color up the 100 chips. He swore there was no break after that level. And eventually he's like, "You want to bet?" I said, "Well, I got $100 in my wallet." Sure. And
You did not know who he was
I
talking
ended up
to.
with $200 in my wallet.
Nice. Yeah, he obviously did not know who he was talking to.
Or like what he was talking about. Or
Well,
like, had he
yeah.
ever played, "Hey, look, we got a max straddle! 2, 5, 10, 20,
you
40,
scared
80. And Jay White with ace king.
In the big blind. He's tanking a little bit here. Is this a little bit of a show?
I think he's trying to decide the size. How often do we play 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80?
Not often.
He's just trying to figure out the size.
I mean, this game usually they kind of agree on a mandatory straddle,
Like usually just the 10.
but it's the
this
10.
is-
So yeah, this hasn't come up a lot.
and it generally doesn't come up wherever you play, be it in Texas or anywhere else.
Gonna probably make
I
it.
would say like 160 to
Yeah.
200, and he's going to go 250. And
Yeah.
Premium Hand Short has jacks.
Oh my
I think we're going to
gosh.
be all in.
I think we are. Maybe not initially. He's going to play it a little conservative to begin with.
Flats the 250. Big Mike goes
Mike
all in
is-
for 430, and I believe that's a live raise, just
Yes,
barely.
it is barely. It is.
80 to 250, that is 170. And then 250 to 430, that's 180. So that's a live
Yep,
raise.
just
So if
barely,
I'm
but it is.
JY, I'm just shoving here.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just putting, like, it's 20 bigs, or it's not even 20 bigs to start the hands.
Yeah, and I think he's got both these guys covered. No, Premium Hand has
he's-
got 1.8.
He's king.
Yeah.
He started with 1.4K, which is about 18 bigs with the 80 on. And I think
You're looking at me.
we're all just getting it in, probably. Yeah.
He got it all
JY's
in.
all in, and then I think Jacks still are a solid call here.
Yeah.
Like we're talking 18 bigs pre-flop.
Sean, and he does
He
make the
calls.
call. Gave him a little bit of conversation, maybe got a little information about how relaxed he was.
So we got a flip going here. Jacks are trying to fade all of the overs right now. Aces, kings, queens, all bad for him. We just want to keep everything below a jack, or maybe just have a jack and give him a set.
And I'll be honest with you, when I see the hands, I'm going to be really happy with my jacks because they've got the kings kind of eliminated. You know, there's card removal there with the kings for Mike.
Well, the other thing is, like, it
He
is a
blocks the
flip.
straights.
It's actually better than a flip for the main pot, which is
Yeah.
considerably bigger, because JY only has 5 outs instead of 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it is the main pot. The main pot is like 1,000 in the main
Yeah,
pot.
it's the big pot. Yeah.
Gonna wait and do it.
Yeah.
No, 2,000 rather in the main pot. Here we go. So far, so good for the
Doink.
jack. 7-6 deuce.
Oh,
there's the ace.
Oh.
JY gonna take it all.
Oh. Oh,
34,
aces
43.
and sevens, aces up and jacks up. Bad luck to Premium Hand, Sean.
34-43 scoop going to JY.
Wow, pot of the night in size. I don't know about. Wow, wow. We have had some crazy hands. Some crazy hands with terrible cards and some crazy hands with great cards.
But like the best
Big Mike is going to be the big loser in this. I mean, well, not the big loser. I mean, he had no chance of winning the hand.
Run it 5 times.
He had to hit his queen. Wow, that was fun.
Can I just play it my way?
13, 14, 1485. I checked.
You trying to hear the table talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
1485. This is 1490. One more time. 1490.
Especially after being so scared.
Right, yeah.
Went from biting nails to
Bad you played it.
he was a master.
that's kind of
Big win by JY. Big win.
Run it 4 times. Dave. Run it 4 times.
Well, that's pretty typical. I mean, it's like I thought when that board first came out that
How much did you get on? 1,000?
Premium Hand Sean is going to be in good shape here. And, of course, you get the turn.
Flip by the flip, side by the flip.
Yep. Yep.
So Sean going to top up here. I think there had been a bit of conversation about how to properly play that hand pre-flop.
You know, it's funny how the players will get in conversations about it. I don't have any problem with anything anybody did. You know,
I think I'd probably just rip the jacks pre myself.
Yep. 1,000 behind seat.
You could go either way. I probably just rip it pre with the jacks. By playing this shallow effectively with the straddle, it makes it a lot shallower. And like, imagine you're in a tournament and you have 20 bigs, and somebody opens ahead of you and you have jacks. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Well,
You're
we only had time for
almost certainly shoving the 20 bigs.
Yeah, made it
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't really have a problem with, like Big Mike said, wide range tonight. But with King Queen, he was short stack. I
Yeah,
get
you
it.
clean the king queen. That's the other thing. Like, you actually get rid of the king queen. Like, if you put in the 3-bet, I think you get rid of the king queen. Results oriented, the king queen ended up not mattering. But
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to complain about getting rid of the king queen. And once in a while, like, you might have an opponent who makes an atrocious fold with an ace king or an ace queen.
Yeah.
Like I played in a pot with a huge straddle where I opened and the player behind me folded ace queen incorrectly.
Oh. Well, so let's run that out a little differently. That hand comes out as we have a fairly easy takedown by optimize with the ace nine of spades. So you don't get all the action in pre-flop.
Thank you very much.
You just flat, the all in by Big Mike. Now that board comes out, those first three cards. Does ace king stay into a jam? Never.
I think ace king could still be in depending on who our opponent is. Because our opponent could be shoving with like a big ace of their own.
Yeah.
And we dominate some of those.
Yeah.
Like
that's
if they
true.
have it in them to bluff. And we are onto a bomb pot. I think you have a bomb pot story.
I do have a bomb pot story. So the other night, I made a royal flush.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you get paid?
I did, and the dead
Congratulations.
money. I said to the player, who's a very good player, was sitting opposite me. I was an 8 and he was a 2. I said, "Did you have top boat there? Because there was a pair on the board. He had 9s." And he goes, "No." I said, "Do you have the nut flush?" He goes, "No." He throws his cards over. He had quad 9s.
Oof.
Oof. And he took it so well.
Yeah.
I said, "Now I understand why you didn't jam."
Here comes
He
some
actually was
flops.
smart enough to see the royal flush.
Was it like a one-way hands on his part? Did it have
No,
some
he
ability?
actually had, I think, top 2 on the bottom. I don't remember, actually.
Okay.
I was so stunned by his hand.
Let's see. Let's see who's got anything of substance. Bertram has
Set of 2 or
trips.
2s, yeah.
Everyone checks. And the 7 pairs on the bottom. 2 flush draws available on the bottom now. Optimize with a 7. JY with a 7. JY has the best 7.
Yeah, it's difficult for the
And,
2s because
it's
there's already
Kevin.
2 overcards.
It's
to
Kevin
the hand.
making it 60.
Yeah.
Queens and jacks for him. And then straight draw on the bottom, club draw on the bottom, optimize calls with draws on both sides. Bertram calls with his trip deuces. And then Big Mike.
Got diamonds on the bottom, but he can't feel good about it with
It's
the
a
7s.
paired
out there.
board. Yeah, this. And we're not winning the top, just folds. He folds.
Yeah, he's got
Good job.
nothing on the top.
2 turns we go. Optimize way ahead on the bottom. Bertram way ahead on the top. 5 of hearts, queen of spades. So
Is it queen set? No, it's king
so
7.
it's
Nice.
actually optimized on the bottom with the straight. He
Yeah,
has trips and he has a straight,
and
and
the bad
everyone's
deuce
going
is
to
on
check.
top. Yeah.
Optimize and Bertram going to chop it up. Bertram had the trip deuces with a weak kicker. And optimize with the straight. Chop it up. So yeah, royal versus quad, sick hands.
Yeah, that was very sick. I couldn't. He did not come over the top of me. After the flop or after the river, and I said that was amazing. He said, "Well, there was the royal flush out there, or just a straight flush if it was 9."
That's
And I said, "Wow,
okay, so like third nuts. So
Yeah.
the quads were the third nuts there.
yeah,
Still at the same time, I probably like so it depends on what I think about the bottom. If I'm never winning the bottom, then like I consider trying to get you off a chop.
yeah,
If I'm always winning the bottom, I'm getting value and I'm free rolling you.
yeah."
Like I think I'm gonna win sometimes. Like I could see a flat there. Like saying, "Oh, I'm scared you have a straight flush." That's probably a little bit tighter than I play myself.
Yeah. The whole table was like, how do you not come over the top of those?
The 20 is on this time, and JY has 10s. JY fresh off of winning a
Massive.
flip for a lot of money.
3,500 around there. Yeah.
Yeah. Big Mike with the ace jack gonna 3-bet him. From
I think the best
straddle.
hand he's played tonight, ace jack.
225 the size, and JY has seen what he's capable of. And he has the button, so we're not folding 10s.
No. I think that on the button here, this is going to be a 3x raise for me.
Okay, so you're going to put in the 4-bet. Given that Big Mike started with $1,000, it would be all in probably. I don't
Yep.
see another size that makes sense. So he's going to call, which is also reasonable. See
Yeah.
what happens on the
I
flop.
like either play.
If we get a bunch of overs, we can be done with the 10s. If we get an ace, we can be done with the 10s. And instead, we get an overpair, and if Big Mike decides to shove with this gut shot, which he does, I think we have a snap call against a
Yeah.
very loose,
And
aggressive
he's got
player.
backdoor clubs, so he's
That too.
yeah.
I think this is a very easy call for the 10s. JY seems to be thinking about it, but you know what? He did this before he was bluff catching Bertram.
Yeah.
Like he seemed to agonize over it.
Yeah, he did.
Floor.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where it came from.
You know, I would never call somebody
Hang on.
that.
Was it
Yeah,
yours?
yeah. Because I pulled chips out of my pocket.
Oh, okay.
I think we have a floor call.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Well, I must have had it from that yesterday. When I pulled the chips out, it must have came out from my black.
There was some confusion about a top up.
Oh, I think he.
It was a
Yes,
shuffle
I have two
flag.
of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for me. I can go cash it in over there.
I played yesterday. I must have put it in my pocket. So,
Okay, so I believe this is an all-in for 725. I mean, if we're not calling here, why did we call pre? That's the question.
Yeah. I was just running that through my mind. I mean, he's repping a bigger pair here, but
I don't know. What are you talking about? What are
It's
you
just, he
talking
had a
about?
dollar in his pocket that wasn't.
I thought we were talking about the chip.
No.
The
Like,
$1.
Like, you already jammed there.
I think Big Mike said something came out of his pocket that was a chip from another place, or maybe it was the tip he pre-tipped Kristen.
I could be like more like playing more tightly here, like, but I'm off, so I played like much loose here. Oh my gosh, and that's
725 is the bet.
725.
We're gonna see so little hands tonight.
You have 32,
We got
so
six people.
you'll still
We're not
have
gonna see
25
any
left.
hands. Holy shit.
I was looking at that.
I like that. I like the wordplay or the table talk by Big Mike.
The more he's talking, the more I want to call.
I'm thinking the same thing. Although I do like
I got some back.
the hey, you'll have a whole bunch of money behind it, even if you lose this.
You're gonna call. You're gonna call.
Still goading him.
You want to run tires? Okay.
You cannot make any kind of.
Yeah, no deals before the hand, JY.
Ahead or behind?
Those are the two
You need to
choices.
spell, because I drawn my like black color for twice. No. Here, hold on.
What?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Because I just want to say something.
Nobody really cares, to be
I read
honest. You're
color.
taking your time every decision. It's a little
Because
silly.
somebody jammed there. Like,
He jammed
Yeah,
on me.
I
called my
don't
offsuit,
like
and I
this.
called it after like 30 seconds, man. Come on. Every single time.
need spell. It's same need spell.
No way!
Oh wow! I think Bertram kind of talked him into a fold there by saying that he's taking too much time.
But you know what, though? I honestly, if that's what's going on,
Oh yeah, I got it.
I don't know who said that. I don't know who said he's taking too long. I think it's really inappropriate to say that.
I agree, Lottie. I don't like that.
When you're not in the hands,
Yeah.
either call clock or don't.
Yeah.
Don't start antagonizing the player.
I-
I don't know what happens,
Yeah.
but
And I'll tell you, I don't like it simply because I have not, in my mind, didn't have this time bank built up that Bertram was saying that he thought JY was taking.
Yeah.
That in previous hands he had tanked like this.
well, I mean,
I get
well,
what
he,
you're
well,
saying.
He
Just
thought
say it
about
or
it.
not.
Well, he thought about it the last time he faced an overbet shove
Yeah.
when he was bluff catching Bertram, and this was another overbet. Like this
Yeah.
was more than 2x pot.
Yeah.
And he was thinking about it. That said, like I said before, I personally, if I can see that I have tens, I would have called myself earlier because, first of all, Big Mike's done some crazy shit tonight.
Yeah.
And second of all, why do we call pre if we're not getting in with an overpair?
Yeah, I agree.
Like your decision was pre-flop.
Yeah, I think it. And here's the other part of it.
He's talking.
And I told you, what I draw in the hand, black color for black.
Yeah.
He's talking about like 25% chances again.
Yeah. Now Bertram has no way of knowing this, but this is a player that's been playing for 18 months.
Yeah.
So maybe the subtleties of that
Yeah.
maybe are lost on him a little bit. But I'll tell you honestly, I don't like. I really agree with your point about just call clock or don't. But I don't really like when people call clock on other people.
I just thought we were talking about randomized. Ooh.
Two.
Sounds like you got a good hand.
Talking about randomization. You know what? Hey, you know what? Maybe there's a nickname. Like, we have a player called Optimize. Maybe we need a player called Randomize.
8 call.
You know, the other thing I think that a little bit JY is suffering from big stack syndrome. He's getting a little less empathy and understanding from the table because he did just win that huge pot. In
Well, yeah, because he won a flip, but that's no reason.
I agree.
That's no reason.
I agree, but my experience has been that big stack gets no love.
That's
So.
high, dude. That number's way higher.
Kevin's got a gutter, and there's now 3 clubs on the board. So Optimize with the better club draw. See if he bets. He does not. To the river we go.
I check.
More checking, and watch this check through when Optimize wins with King High. King High, he says. King High is good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, that tens is an interesting hand. I wonder what JY will think when he watches back there. I didn't catch all the conversation, who said what, but like I let him make his choice. Like it is a big raise that he's facing, and or a big lead that he's facing, and let him think it through, and that's okay. Like I don't think that he's taken excessive time in any spot tonight. Like that's spots where he's thought about it, they're worth thinking about.
There is no shot. No
20,
frequency.
live 20.
No frequency. No the middle.
If
Like
I have
middle
good, if I
ball.
have a good hand, I call.
7.
Okay.
8 4. Eight. 1 raise. 16.
Because I didn't wear the jersey.
4 call.
Optimize defends versus Kevin's raise. Queen 3 deuce is going to be a miss for both players. Ace high the better hand. Kevin checking to Optimize, who checks back. Optimize in position here. 4 spades will give Optimize the gutter. Kevin gonna bluff with his air blow, gonna get it done. Optimize not wanting to see a river. Over and gutter. No action yet. You could consider one call, but you know, either's fine.
If I put on the 40, you put on the 80?
520.
And we got another hand.
I gotta give a call right back. I can't be on the phone.
Bertram with the ace-5 of diamonds. Makes it 60. We have the 20 on.
Almost didn't get a play.
Bertram takes it, shows the 5.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do 80 anymore. I can't do the only one. Don't make no sense. Let's see, man. Take 5 minutes to make a decision. Randomizer, 75%, 26%.
one of my personalities. Every time I go, fuck it. Go, fuck it.
That's the first time. What? What's that?
You're the big blind for 5.
We do one last.
7 call. 8 call. 1 full. 2 full. Push that right.
I'm sorry.
4 full.
Yeah. It's up to
It's pot here so far.
Did you check?
some of the players. He's telling me
Short checking his option on the $10 straddle. King, king, 10.
I check.
2 clubs.
7 bet. 20. 8 full.
Bertram putting 20 out there, and nobody has anything, so Bertram takes this one.
Thank you.
Well, folks, a couple of hands ago, we had a little bit of a controversy on the clock. So our question for the night is, how often do you find yourself calling the clock? Is it a real rarity? Are you fairly patient? I'm always a little surprised when the clock's called unless somebody is really tanked. Lottie, what is your time limit? Where do you start thinking about the clock? Are you 2 minutes in? Are you 90 seconds in?
Probably more than 2 minutes, probably like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I
And,
rarely call the clock, so I'm always interested.
And I'm much more inclined to do it in a tournament than in a cash game, because you do have blinds that go up,
Yeah.
and like you may also
More
have people
impactful.
trying to tank for strategic reasons, and you kind of want to nip that in the bud. Like I don't really see a lot of excessive tanking in the cash games that I've played in.
Yeah, it
But,
just doesn't seem to come up much in the cash games for me. But my clock is fairly deep. You know, I mean, I just don't have it come up much.
I've had it called on me twice, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know if I've
Which
ever
is
had it called
kind
on.
of surprising.
5 check. 7 bet.
And like both times it was at the win. Where,
Was
you
it
know,
the cash
like-
game?
No,
The
tournaments both times. So it was like probably some like Vegas misregs, quite frankly. Apologies, Vegas. We see a hand that's gonna probably maybe chop. Sean does have the diamond draw. Bertram could hit a 6 that's not a diamond, and Sean's bet is gonna get the job done. This was probably gonna chop though. Any card bigger than a 6 that was not. Oh no! Any card that didn't
With
pair
the
them
diamond?
actually.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
card that didn't pair that either of them that was not a diamond was going to chop it.
Yep. Well, you know what they say. Everybody loves a chop. I
That's
hate
what they
a chop.
claim.
Well, JY is the only one that's showing in the green right now. And as we look at the player stacks, Optimize is running pretty even. Kevin's on his road to recovery. Big Mike, being the loosest player at the table, is pretty much showing the effects of such.
Yeah, it has been JY's night.
I'm a little surprised Premium Hand Sean is down. He's had some good, but his pots tends to be on the smaller side.
We saw a good bluff catch for JY at the beginning, and we saw JY then win a huge flip. And he was on his way to winning another flip, but he bailed when he faced that
Yeah.
overbet.
Yeah.
7 full. 8 call.
Well, Big Mike is facing his favorite hand that Optimize has
Heads up.
with suited connectors. We go to the flop. Boy, we've seen a lot of deuces.
The flop of everyone's dreams here. Optimize does have top pair, so it is actually the flop of his dreams. But usually we're not dreaming of 9-deuce-deuce rainbow.
No. Against the widest range at the table
Did he just call the $30 bet?
with an air
He
ball.
has 8 high. He has a backdoor straight draw and 2 unders. And now he's dead. Optimize has a full house.
Oh my gosh, he's got the nuts aside from obviously the quad twos.
He has a hand that's always trying to get in. Makes it 75, and Big Mike gonna bail at this point. He's not gonna do anything
Not a part
silly
of that
this
board
time.
that he enjoyed. I think that's our first vote of the night.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Outside of a bomb pot.
Yeah. Did we have a boat on the bomb pod?
We did.
Yeah. Low boat. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
As we roll over to hand, I forget who is this number associated with in NASCAR? I don't remember.
Well, I believe Corey Heim drove it yesterday.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. The King's hand. Hand 43, or you could say Charlie Waters. That didn't come up in your litany. Don't know who that is.
No.
Safety for the Cowboys in the 80s, 70s.
Yeah, I'm not up on my Cowboys history.
I've asked you to do your homework, but you just can't seem to get it done.
As a New Yorker,
And a Broncos fan.
that's too, but as a New Yorker, I just can't. Queens for JY.
Don't remember seeing a pair of queens tonight. Maybe we've had them.
We've had him.
Have we had
We've
them?
had him a few times. Kevin with the Jack 4. Oh, no.
I'm just lost.
He's getting stubborn. He's getting really
He is.
stubborn.
He's
Bree.
getting a little bit sticky.
There's a 4.
Oh.
He has nothing.
Not nothing. Just
Check,
barely.
check.
won.
He checks back the overpair, and he gets top set.
Oh my gosh. Kevin's gonna bet his third pair. Repping the queen here.
30 it is. I think we just flat here. And
yeah.
and there's some stuff that we're fading.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
think we give Kevin a chance to lose his mind.
Yeah.
And
Pray that he bets the river.
I'm also kind of curious why we didn't see that flop to begin with, because spade drawers can pay you and overpairs can pay you.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of overpairs on that board. But anyway, he checked back flop, and now the question is call or raise.
Yeah.
The raise gives you protection.
And I like his little tank here. His
He's
small
got a
tank
raise.
here.
160.
Maybe thinking he needs to protect a little bit from the spades. But hard to
Or a
imagine.
3 would be pretty lousy
Yeah.
as well.
Ace 3 suited, yeah. Or a combo draw. Kevin's going to make the call. Mommy.
Kevin in a bluff catching mood. Kevin drawing dead. Pray he doesn't hit a 4 or a jack. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Kevin has river trips. JY with top boat.
Oh my gosh. So bet sizing here. We got 397 in the pot. I'm making a half pot raise here because I don't want to.
No, I'm thinking like 400. I want to.
Really?
I want to say I have a busted draw or I have the nuts, and there's not that many nuts we can have.
Yeah.
Like I want this to look like a busted draw that's trying to take it, and that probably gets you
He bet more in the range that I was thinking. I get what you're saying.
140 the number.
Now the question is, how much is Kevin's raise into a $540 pot?
Probably like 500.
Yeah, I'd make a pot size bluffy looking, maybe even more to make it look bluffy. Kevin going to take the same amount of time that JY is going to take to make himself look like he's having a hard time deciding what to
So
do.
I do actually have a note from the future. So Kevin actually has 6-4 here rather than Jack-4.
Yeah,
And it was suited, so this
Yeah.
is a more sane defense.
Yeah.
That said, and this actually makes it make more sense because like he had a gut shot to go with his pair on the flop.
So to
and he
repeat, guys,
raises
Kevin
to-
has 4-6 of hearts. Not
Yeah,
Jack.
6-4 of hearts. He makes it 650. Goes pretty big.
Yeah, making
And I think that JY is going to think about it, and then he's
Yeah.
going to say the words all in.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless you want to click it to like 1,300.
Yeah, but I think there's less likelihood that you get called 1,300 than you do in a jam. Now, again, Kevin's got a pretty good stack behind. Did he just call?
He just called. He just called.
Oh, I can't imagine.
But you know what, though? We saw what he did a couple hands ago with the 10s. Like, he does seem to be – I say he seems to be tighter, but we also saw him call off Bertram with middle pair a bit earlier. I'm really surprised Queens
What
don't-
is he afraid of? Like quad fours? What is he
Yeah,
afraid of there? He's got
here,
the nuts.
so yeah, let's think about this. So let's think about what he loses to exactly quad 4s. What hands does he think he could get called by? The way this hands went, Does Kevin have sets? Maybe. I think Kevin could have a set. Right? And a set's probably paying.
Yeah.
Does Kevin have trip fours?
Or the wheel?
Probably not. Yeah, does he have a wheel? Yeah, a wheel could call. Even like he could have. What would the straight have been? What was the flop? Like if he could have 6-3
Ace-3.
suited,
Yeah.
he could have 6-3 suited for the other straight as
There were
well.
a couple of straight draws on there.
Yeah, there's straights that could have flop straights that could have called.
On the turn, I smooth call.
I'm astonished that he
Even
didn't go for three
trips.
bet.
Say you have ace-4 there.
Trips I can consider folding.
I'm just very confused. Maybe this is a younger player that doesn't realize that most of the hands that got there with him are hands that would also call.
Yeah.
call.
Are we set? So here's the thing. So there's exactly one combo of pocket fours, right?
Yeah.
And we don't want to get called by that.
Yes, so
Are pocket fives calling? Like is a second set on the flop? Is that calling? Probably.
Well, yeah.
There's three combos of that.
Yeah.
How about the set of fours? If he had a set of, well, no, that would be quads. A set of deuces. What if he had a set of deuces? He's calling.
Because all of them are boated.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah. So
90% of the hands that make a bet there, other than a bluff, are going to call you. And what's the problem with betting into a bluff? You win the same amount of money.
Kevin is living a blessed life to just get called there.
He is. He lost the minimum of playing that bad hand.
Yeah, that should have cost him another $1,000.
I agree.
Well, again, 6-4 is a perfectly fine defend pre,
Yeah.
and like a pair and a gutter, you can call flop.
Yeah.
And yeah, that river was like very gross. Like that run out was very gross.
It was. Yeah, we got excited and then disappointed by the action afterwards. What do you think, folks? Comment on that one. If ever you're going to comment on a hand, that's the one you comment on. How much money did JY leave?
Bertram, hang on. Bertram rivered the nuts.
Oh.
He backdoored the nuts. His queen 9 has a straight. Optimized with ace king.
Yeah, he's not calling much.
And I don't know that we can induce any bluffs on this board. Goes for one of his overbets. We saw him do it with a bluff.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We saw him overbet with a bluff, so we could consider a call. But the question is, what are his bluffs on this board?
Yeah.
Queen, king, queen, which we block.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I just don't see like he could have some kind of hand that has a 9, but the 9s all have pairs. So yeah, he folds.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the great thing about Optimize. You know, he's got, as Kyle points out, he's got plenty of oxygen to the front of his brain, wearing his hat backwards, and he's a deliberate player that goes through the process in his head and then makes the right call or the right decision.
Good to see you in the chat, Kyle. Another one of our commentators here at TCH Austin. For those unfamiliar,
The Wemmer.
As we get to about the halfway mark of our show tonight.
Well, we have had an interesting first half. I hope the second half is as interesting. We've had some calculated hands. We've had some crazy hands. We've had some coolers. We just had a cooler that
could have been a lot cooler than that.
It could have been frozen. And
yeah, 2-5, usually more.
So here's the question to the chat: how much money did Kevin save there?
By just getting flatted?
By just being called.
I mean, at least $1,000. Probably his entire stack, but at least $1,000.
As Big Mike gets aces.
Yeah, so an ace-queen for JY, ace-queen suited. And he's seeing a raise and a 3-bet from the crazy player. We could consider a 4-bet. I think he is considering a 4-bet.
Bad news for him. The premium hand Sean has clubs as well.
Well, yeah.
His hand's a little thinner
takes a
than
couple
he
of
realizes.
outs. Yeah. Makes it 225. And the question will be, does Big Mike flat in position, or does he go for the gusto now? You could go either way. Big Mike in position would have he'd have about 800 behinds with 500 in the pot. So he only needs 2 streets to get the rest of the money in. So I would probably just flat now and see what happens on later streets. Like I said,
Just
he's
the
going to have
fact
no
that,
problem getting it in the middle.
no, and just the fact he's taking time here, I think he's going to jam it.
I would love for JY to flop top pair. No, he goes for a different sizing. He goes for a smaller 5-bet. He makes it 600.
Yeah.
This smells really bad if I'm in JY's seat. This is where I could actually fold.
Yeah. Yeah. You get value betted. Yeah. Again, a younger player, maybe.
This is a size that
I didn't
makes
jam
it
this
feel like
time.
he doesn't want you to fold. And if my opponent doesn't want me to fold, I should probably fold.
Yep. Then I want me to fold. JY, we've got a little of a profile on. He's taking his time.
If I rip it, if I'm Big Mike and I rip it, I could have Queen 9.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Does he do this with Queen 9?
Yeah. He does. He's done it.
No, I know he does. He make it 600 with Queen 9.
Oh
No.
yeah, that is a different. That is.
That's what I'm
different-
saying.
We haven't seen him run that kind of value bet yet.
Yeah.
So
Like if he moves all in, he has Queen 9. But
Yeah.
if he does this weird 5-bet, I don't think he has Queen 9.
yeah.
I think he has Queen minimum.
And on top of it, he took more time to decide on his raise than he did for anything else so far. So what he did slower, and he did something we haven't seen.
I probably would have flatted, and I would love JY to flop top pair. That said, I don't know if it's been 15 minutes. I don't know if he knows that JY folded an overpair on the flop. So
Yeah.
maybe you do want to press now.
He's gonna get a call.
He's gonna flat, and stack to pot's gonna be real tiny here.
Yeah.
1,200 in the middle, about 500 behind.
Nothing there.
10, 8, 4, all red cards. I think JY gets off the hook.
Yeah.
All in.
Yeah. He's gonna be able to fold now. Once again, taking his time, tanking a little bit this time. Again, he's playing the loosest player at the table, which is in his mind. Got to be thinking, I just called 600. Why would I not call
He's
463?
He's thinking he's getting put in the blender once again, which happens around here.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, he's got to be thinking I'm at the Williams-Sonoma store right now because I keep getting thrown into a blender.
I'm curious. Yeah. Well, what's the percentage? 60 or 75?
I will say I'm glad he hasn't succumbed to the clock.
You don't have a card? Ace King again? King Queen? Ah,
Can't pay anymore.
I can't do nothing else. I don't have no money behind.
Big Mike's been very consistent with this table talk.
Oh, let's go.
I'm about to play 1-2.
He's going to get the fold. This time he doesn't want the fold, though. Last time he needed the fold. This time he doesn't get the fold.
And he got a little bit of clock pressure again.
And this time he gets what he doesn't want.
You're still up. I'm not.
That's sort of another thing. If you think that talking is going to get him the fold, I'm going to shut the hell up right there because I don't want him to fold.
Yeah, try something different. You made a different kind of bet.
I want him to call.
Yeah.
Once you fake the snap call, your aces are good.
Yeah. And Big Mike, to his credit, he did the amulet, that kind of cavalier,
Resignation.
I don't care. Yeah.
I mean, his 5-bet kind of said that was going to happen.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, the table is probably sitting there thinking, dude, you've jammed so many things tonight.
So
why would you leave 463 behind on putting in 55% of your stack?
Yeah, that's where you could get your opponent to fold pre.
Eight raise.
The other thing that happens sometimes, with these stream games, is that he folded ace-5 suited.
I had two of those.
Yeah, this has been confusing all night.
Okay, so this is just getting to what I was going to say. There is sometimes people will lock up a win essentially. Like they get up a bit and like they will start making some different decisions.
Yeah. And he
I don't know if
obviously
that's what's going on here.
he obviously didn't even like playing his ace queen there on a board that was not very scary. It was the most aggressive player. But he called, and then he folds ace five of hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas to me, like there's photographic evidence that like I'm not going to be locking up a win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's footage out there of me not locking up a win.
Really?
Really.
So you like? I asked you if you had
So yeah.
No.
It obviously made it multiples or just one particular.
There's one that comes to the top of my mind. But
that wakes you up at night?
there have been some times where like I have not been afraid to
That wasn't on the board, right?
do something at the end of the night, and for better or worse. We're on a bomb pot
Boy,
here.
you got me curious now. That was so cryptic. Nice straighty board on the bottom.
Yeah, hearts, diamonds. We want red cards.
Yeah, we want.
And we
queen,
want
king.
middle cards.
Queen, king of hearts. That's what we want.
And the computer decides to get a little bit tripped up here, so I don't actually know what's going on, unfortunately. I saw Kevin put chips out, it looks like. I see people folding.
300.
Okay,
All right,
here we
now-
go. We got graphics, and Bertram with the nuts straight and the king high heart draw.
Kevin's got this middle
He's
set.
got the straight flush gutter. Yes, Kevin has a set of sevens. He does have.
Yeah, the king, queen of hearts. That's what we said we wanted.
He does also have a gut shot on the bottom to go with his set on top. We see JY with the nut diamonds having made the call as well. Kevin calling Bertram's raise. JY has a one-way hand at the end of the day. He's got two pair and the diamonds on one board, and he's got nothing on the bottom, so he folds, which is fine.
Yeah, it's fine. A little bit nitty, but
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. 8 of hearts, 10 of hearts. That's a straight flush.
it is a straight flush. Dream
Bertram with a
card.
straight flush. Too
And
bad
he
there's
just
no boat.
prays that Kevin's got a
He's praying for a boat.
got a
Kevin has a boat on the
Yeah.
other board, so this is actually going to chop.
yeah.
This is going to go all in, and they're going to chop because one of them's got a boat, the other one's got a straight flush. Chop it up.
The thing on the thing?
You got a thing on the thing.
A thing on the thing.
Queen of spades.
Should see a doctor about that.
Yeah, if you got a thing on the thing, somebody needs to give you a shot before he turns into a bigger thing.
Okay, you went further than I would have there, but okay.
That is kind of
Yeah.
the definition of who we are, Lottie. I'm always going to go further there.
Who's this we were talking about?
Oh my gosh.
Thank you very much.
Well, folks, we've had fun tonight. If you can't tell, I hope you've
And
had
we're
fun.
canceled.
And we've just got fired. Please hit the like button. If you like our commentary or not, please hit the like button anyway. You can always like the stream and hate us.
Hate watching is still watching.
Yes, it is. That's what I used to do with the Kardashians.
I couldn't even bring myself to do that.
Well, I'm being sarcastic like you were earlier. I don't think I watched 5 minutes of that show.
Yeah, probably better off for it.
Yeah. preserve
Over
my brain.
100 of you watching between YouTube, X, and our other various platforms. Thank you so much for being here. In fact, I don't know that I've hit the like button yet. I think I'm going to give
You
us
gonna
a
hit the like button now?
I don't know if I've hit the like button. I'm going to hit the like button if I haven't.
Folks, follow Lottie's example. In many areas, poker and like buttons specifically.
Yeah. Pulling up our stream. Pressing the like button. I only see 38 likes.
38?
We can do better than 38
Yeah, we can
likes.
do better than that. Kyle, have you hit the like button? I hope so.
So do I.
I want a Whammo like.
Like she mailed it.
And in case this isn't enough poker for you, we do also on this channel have the Dallas Final Table airing right now. And you can watch that. You can also watch it back later. All of our past shows from the past 4+ years available on our YouTube channel, TCH Live Poker. And worth a watch. I believe I see one of those orange pumpkin chips on the bottom of Optimize's stack now.
It's back there.
Has he added a little on? It is match the stack.
Orange $1,000 chips. Our biggest denomination available. We have purple 500, black 100, green 25, red 5, and white $1 chips.
We used to have plaques back in the day. Don't we?
Yes, it actually felt like $1,000. So
Yeah, it felt
this
like
is a
something
substantial
substantial.
thing. And then, like, you watch the Tuesday Dallas stream, and $1,000 is pocket change.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah, it is. It's not even worth talking about.
They actually like their chips better than their plaques.
And,
This is a hand that the computer ate, by the way. This is why I'm just rambling on.
Oh, this is the one that
Yeah,
our
yeah.
producer Mel gave us the note about.
That's right.
She's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Yeah, we got Mel pressing the buttons. We got Kristen pressing the cards.
Yeah, racking them up. 48 hands in.
Yeah, and you've got Uncle T next to me in the booth. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit with you. Another Monday here on TCH Live out of Austin.
You know what Kyle calls me?
What does he call you?
America's favorite uncle.
America's favorite uncle. Okay, that's a
I mean, Uncle Milty's dead. You don't even know that. You know who Uncle Milty was?
no,
Milton Berle? Okay.
no. Anyway,
I just showed my age there really badly. Optimize with the 8s. Snowmen. Yes, we have snowmen in Texas, even in April.
like once every 3 years or so, we have snowmen.
I don't think we've ever had snowmen in April in Texas, ever.
I don't believe so. Certainly not in this part of Texas.
Not since the mammoths were walking the planet.
Everyone misses this flop.
Optimize still here.
10 of hearts on the turn. What's up a heart drawer that nobody has? Sean does pick up a gutter here. Adds another over to the cards that, the pairs that. And there's the Queen of Hearts. So backdoor hearts come in, and Sean has a pair of queens, gets there on both of these players.
Small pot. Got a good win for premium hand Sean.
You hit your queens and check. That's dangerous. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Well, folks, I asked a question earlier, and I'm going to get a damn comment from somebody. What
And
is your personal
Okay,
clock that you call clock? And I apologize. We're having another eclipse here in Austin.
Orange head.
You might have raised. Yeah, there's a better chance somebody raises me there than calls.
My camera went out briefly.
Pair or flush.
Okay. I wasn't sure if something
a
was
really
going to
short
happen here,
eclipse.
but okay. The graphics kept working though, which was an important thing. That's
Yeah.
that's something less catastrophic than like if everything goes dark.
Haven't seen the big straddles, but Optimize has got 15 in there on the straddle. Bertram with ace 10. Optimize is going to call. Queen 7, going to call the raise. And go heads up.
And the only position you're going to have is wins over.
Yeah.
A lot of diamonds,
Lots and lots of diamonds.
which of course nobody has diamonds.
Of course not, although Bertram's got a gutter. And Optimize has got second pair. One of the things you notice about these 2-5 players, they don't get quite as locked up as the 1-2 table players do by an all diamond board.
Sorry, guys.
Getting serious there.
Inconsequential 6.
4 check, 7 check.
This one's me though.
And a even more inconsequential
4 bet,
deuce.
50.
Optimize has got to feel good by now.
Good enough to toss out 50.
And that's not a very fluffy side.
Yeah, which means I'm probably going to call. Probably.
Bertram trying to figure out if his
What's the percentage?
Ace is good enough.
I don't know. Can I ask my friend?
No, don't ask him.
Okay.
That'll take too long.
7 call.
He decides to call with ace high. Little donation heading out to mine as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a reverse needle there to JY saying, "Could I ask my friend?" And somebody said, "Yeah, don't take too long," since he was the one that called the clock on JY.
Well, did he actually call clock or did he just
Well,
antagonize?
Yes, I think he antagonized the clock idea. That may be more accurate. Well, he's from Florida. You know, maybe he's just, I don't know. How does Florida relate to being a little short-tempered? It doesn't really. They're all happy in Florida. Unlike New York.
I'm just not going to go anywhere near that. I want to be welcome in the state of Florida. I've never actually played poker in Florida yet.
Really? Of all
Not
of
yet.
all
I
the
haven't
places
been-
I would have guessed you'd gone to Hollywood or somewhere else.
No, not yet.
Orlando? Well, really? Gosh, there's one place in the world that I've played poker that you haven't. Wow. I am stunned.
Kevin waking up with ace king, going to make the raise.
And optimized Big Mike draw to the 7 of hearts for a straight flush between them.
Premium hand Sean also with
Oh.
ace king. I think this will escalate.
Yes, it will. And of course, Kevin and Premium Hand Sean sharing the least amount of equity, blocking each other up like that, moving.
Sean going for the 420.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Nice. That's a big bet. And there's no way Optimize can call that, especially if Kevin calls here.
Yeah, now Kevin's going to be like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Especially out of position. Like, do we just rip it?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you may.
1,300 effective. Probably just rip it. Like, Optimize probably doesn't have the nuts.
And the great thing about it is the perfect hand to rip to because it's going to be very, very hard for he can't lose this hand, really.
Well, he could get 4 flushed.
Well, he could, but yeah.
Or Kevin could just, or Sean could actually just have it.
And
Like
the thing
ace
about
king
it is,
and he's moves all in.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, ace king versus kings is definitely a thing.
yeah, and they don't share any suits, so
If Sean calls here, all the suits are live.
yeah. I like this move by Kevin. I mean, you predicted it. It would be difficult for me to do. Although I'd love to be against queens here. I'd love to be against jacks or tens.
Never really can know what'll happen. I mean, last week we saw kings get folded
Yeah.
free,
Yeah.
but not this time. We're going to see a call.
All right. Let's see
And-
if we can get a monotonous flop. Come on, do it for Kristen.
Let's just have no rainbow.
Yeah.
No rainbow. We got 2 hearts.
2 hearts.
Kevin with the free roll.
Yeah.
Chop it up. They both have Broadway.
Ace king, ace king. Take the back. You can't say anything until the card.
Well, California Kevin takes it. Yeah, what he thought was going to be a big pot because he jammed it and recovers a little bit of money, and so does Big Hand Sean, Premium Hand Sean. I hope he's enjoyed himself, playing his first live stream, playing his first time at Texas Card House.
So this game only ends when I go to the for not playing.
The stream ends at 9:45, and then we can keep playing as long as people want to.
We are doing a mandatory 10 straddles, man.
Looks like we have a new player stepping into the game. Looks like we
Dan?
have Dan in C3.
Dan, who normally in real life goes by Dan.
Really?
Yeah.
Never would have thought that. I thought he
Yeah.
would have gone by Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool online name, Dan. And it's also a pretty cool non-online name, Dan.
Okay.
Yeah, you think it's short for Danica?
I don't think so. Optimize with ace king.
4 raise, 170.
There seems to be a spot somewhere over on the opposite wall that JY focuses on. And he makes a fold for ace jack
That's a good fold. Ace jack offsuit, out of position.
for a small bet.
That's either 4-bet or folds. We're not flat. Calling is the worst thing you could have done.
Really?
That's either 4-bet or folds.
So explain this to me. So why is just
Okay, so we're out of position.
yeah.
That makes it harder for us to realize equity, right?
Yeah.
Second thing, we're not suited. Fewer
Right.
flops where we're going to be happy to continue, right?
Right.
Third thing, it's easy to be dominated against the 3-better. Ace King dominates us. Ace Queen 3-bets. Ace Queen dominates us.
All the over pairs.
The bigger pairs. So yeah, Ace Jack offsuit, we're either raising as a bluff or we're folding.
You know, folks, I asked that question specifically because I knew I'd get that nice little run out. That's great for you recreational players to hear that process that Lottie just went through. Now, I could have gone through that process. It would take me about 8.5 minutes longer.
Yeah, and I'm not 4-betting that very much. This is like almost always a fold. It's like if I have the right opponent, I can 4-bet. If Jupiter's transiting Venus or something, I can do it. Bertram with top pair here. Like it's not a 4-bet that often for me, but like
Yeah, and say you got this flop with that ace king, ace jack.
well then like we have middle pair and we could still be drawing almost dead.
Yes, exactly.
40 from Bertram, or even worse, it could be a jack high flop,
Yeah.
and we could be dead against an overpair.
Yeah.
That's what I
Or
remember.
jacks.
Yeah, Ace coming in.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
All right, I think that does it for Kristen. And so get a dealer change here.
Which, of course, induces the dealer change bomb pot.
That's right.
Even though technically here it's just every half hour, and they switch after 2 hours in the box. Asa comes in, one of my favorite dealers. Of course, I've got nothing but favorite dealers here. Somebody asked me the other day, are there dealers that are your favorites? I said, sure, if you're talking about ones that seem to do well, but, they seem to give me great cards. But there's not a single, I always brag on our dealers that we have the all-star team of Austin dealers, but it's really true.
The great dealers here.
Great dealers.
Even the ones that give me bad cards sometimes, I'm still cool with them.
I know. I always call Carolyn, our dealer here, my poker mom. Crushed it for me last night.
Yeah.
But I like Carolyn in the box just because she's funny and she always keeps me from making mistakes like, Tom, it's not your action, whatever. I just think we have an all-star team. I sincerely do. And if you want to know how good our dealers are, come play here, then go to Vegas.
Yeah.
Talk about a drop-off in talent.
Yeah.
I don't care where you go.
Like if you go to a certain series of poker that is global.
That's almost like a joke.
Yeah. There's a lot of people there who can barely hold a deck of cards.
And I understand they've got to get a big pool together.
Yeah.
And we have some friends and some dealers that will go deal there or did.
Yeah, like some places are better than others out there, but like it's hard to beat TCH.
And it's probably the hardest grind for a dealer you could imagine. The amount of time they put in.
Yeah, this job is not as easy as it looks.
No, it is not. I made the mistake of trying it once for about 20 minutes.
Nobody really has a whole lot yet.
Yeah, that's it. That is about as dry a board as you could get. No straights, no flushes yet. I don't see any sets.
JY's got a nut diamond draw, I caught. Of course, the river's come the wrong way.
Yeah, totally the wrong way.
The wrong way for the diamonds,
I don't see Jack 10. There's 2 10s down there, so the premium hand blocks the Broadway. Boy, who's got what?
No one's got much. Optimize river to set of 4s. Optimize. Optimized River is a set of 4s, and then
Boy, that's
that'll be good
crushing
for
it.
at least half. Don't know where the other half's going. Aces and queens on the bottom, I hear from Asa. That would be Big Mike with the ace queen. That would have aces and queens.
Boy, when was the last time we saw a bomb pot for $70 at this table?
Yeah,
Months?
yeah. Time to go for the suicide bomb pot.
Yeah.
That would be where if the
Yeah.
flop checks through, everybody gives their cards back, and you go
You
again,
redo. Yeah.
and you put in another ante.
Yeah. Something you want in a really tight table.
Yeah, gotta loosen it up a little bit. Ten's on again. I believe the 10 is mandatory at this point.
As we play the Randy White hand. You know that one?
I'm sure I've heard the name.
The Manster, Hall of Fame, number 54, Dallas Cowboy, interior line, defensive
Again,
line.
Dallas Cowboys.
I know, it's just like they don't exist.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Watch this. Just got hit by an M&M, stray M&M.
You don't know where that M&M's been.
You know, it just doesn't do anything but improve my resistance to disease.
I think Bertram just got a walk with 8s.
Yeah, they'll tell me over the microphone and then I'll announce it. Yeah.
You know, I've officially had COVID 10 times now.
Well, I mean, considering what I just saw you do, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, only 3 of those were caused by food I picked up off the floor.
On that too, yeah. Yeah.
Optimize, playing the Kevin Y hand. Decides to fold it. Bertram, who has a dog at home named Gator,
Okay.
but he's from Gainesville, so that makes a lot of sense. Doesn't it?
Yeah. Everyone misses on 994.
Still a big whiff for both players.
Big Mike had the best hands.
He did.
Bet gets it done.
He would have much rather had Queen 9, but he still wouldn't have gotten any more money out of it.
Just feel a lot better about betting it. Hey, Big Mike, step away from the table if you're going to do that.
Yeah, can't do that at the table. Ace hasn't seen him yet. At the live stream, they ask us not to put our phones anywhere near the table. It can interfere with the signal, I believe.
That and, you know, chat might start thinking things.
Yeah, yeah.
Like when we first started doing this show, it was not long after the scandal at one of the places in California.
Is that what started that?
The Mike Postle.
Yeah.
And it's like, and the chat would, every other chat would be, where's Mike Postle?
Oh, my goodness. I've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the great thing about poker is that the scandals don't last very long in your memory because there's always another one that pops up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you just go to YouTube.
So
and see
we've
that.
we got middle pair versus spade draw here. Kevin with the spades. Not great spades, but spades they are.
Again, a hand that I typically am surprised to see Kevin play.
He defended his straddle.
He did. That's
I probably would not do that with 8 deuce
and
myself.
he'll do that on the button too. He'll defend his button.
Optimize his king, 9 rather still best. His king would be best too. His king is beating 8 high.
Yeah.
Check, check. No spade for Kevin.
No, nothing for anybody.
Optimize has a pair.
Oh, that's right. He does have the 9s. I didn't even. I was concentrating on what you said about the kings, and the kings would be good, but the 9 is better. Middle pair gets bet into in a fairly large bet.
Slightly over pot.
Yeah.
Kevin deciding to bluff this river.
Yeah.
He knows he's never going to win at showdown.
And I'm a little surprised against Optimize because these guys have a deep book on each other. This is not a very Kevin-like move.
Well, perhaps he knows that Optimize is capable of folding third pair.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like his range is not looking that strong the way this hand is played.
Yeah. No straights, no flushes, really. I mean, you could have 8-10 in there, but if he was playing against me, I guarantee it would be both these players' mind that I love 8-10.
Kevin could have a few 2 pairs that got here this way.
Yep,
9-7.
9-7. Yeah, 9-7 suited like hearts.
Yeah.
Even Jack 7. Although we, nice bet by
Gets done.
Kevin. Gets a freebie. You know, I'm still amazed to see that JY is the only one that's in the green for the players.
Yeah, JY's won a couple of big ones, and
One really big one, yeah. And then he's also kind of not played a lot of hands, too many hands since then, which we talked about. What a surprise premium hand. Sean has a premium hand. Got the ladies. Jack 10 for Big Mike. Probably going to get a call just for $25. Kevin, the small pair master for today is going to call. As well as
got a pair.
With the 7s.
See if we can flop some chaos here.
Yeah,
Four
give me
ways.
a 7, a 6, and a queen. Man,
How does everybody miss?
That
Come
just-
on. King A3.
not even
Redo. I want to
spades.
redo.
Yeah, we don't even have spades in play.
The overcards to the queen slows the action down. 9 on the turn. Jack 10 is now open-ended.
And of course, Kevin's, yeah, it's like Kevin and JY have got nothing to look at. Mike's going to bet into it because he's got a gutter, but he needs queen. And he ain't going to get it. Premium only wanting to fade the king. That makes it a little easier for him to believe that he has faded the king.
Big Mike going for the small bluff.
Yeah, I don't even know why you throw
$75.
that
I
out
think
there.
queen's call.
Yeah, I don't even know why you throw that out there.
If you're going to bluff, go more like 200-ish.
Yeah.
When we see Sean has an easy call, and he's going to win with the kings and
Yeah,
queens.
no point in raising because he's never getting called by anything. He's only getting called by a better hand, so why not just let it?
Yeah.
Takes down $350 pot. That should put him a little closer to being even. I can't remember. I think he was just a little bit below.
Looks like the 20 is on this hand.
Yeah, haven't gone back to the 40 at all. They've gotten a little quiet.
Maybe we're saving it for power hour.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe they got a little fatigued from that crazy first 2 hours. Deuces, again, our most prevalent pairs that we've seen have been the deuces tonight over and over and over again. Haven't won a hand yet, I don't think.
This is for the $50 raise. JY, ace jack suited.
You raise your deuces?
It depends on my position.
Pre-flop you would?
Depends on my position,
Yeah.
pre-flop.
I don't think I ever have.
We see Dan with the 3s, the chance at the quads of the day.
Yeah? I wonder if he knows that. Don't know, Dan.
Flats the 50. Optimize with the 8s. Ace jack suited versus 8s, 3s, and deuces. Here we go, 4 ways.
And no mayhem.
Ace jack flops top pair, top kicker. This probably checks through. Five of clubs on the turn. That doesn't give anybody a set either.
No.
JY probably bets now. And that probably ends it. Goes 1/4 pot, $50. Which I think is going to get the job done as far as folding everything that's not live. Like, you got to have at least an open ender to continue, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least a pair. Not even a pair, probably, like at least an open ender.
And a month ago, Kyle and I had a night that was set mania.
Yeah.
I think this is the karmic balance here.
Yeah. Sometimes
night.
you don't get any sets.
We just, I think we counted 12. We didn't really count for a little while, so we're not sure. But there were at least 12 sets, and several of them came in the window.
Yeah.
It was just set night. Tonight we've had none.
And people wondering about Streamlabs, I bet the Streamlabs point thingy is now on the Dallas stream. That's my guess. So those of you looking to gamble and not getting your gambles, that's flip over to Dallas if you want to gamble. That's probably where it's working.
Although why anybody would ever leave this commentary, I don't ever see that happening.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the Pat Summerall and John Madden commentary.
That's high praise.
Yeah. You think that I went a little too far?
That might be pushing it just a little bit. I wouldn't.
Troy Aikman?
I'm not going to compare myself to the all-time greats of commentary.
Okay.
That's just me.
I have no problem with that. My ego will feed that.
Yeah, I'm not the best. I'm not Ali Nashad. I'm not Juan Karen.
I'm glad. Not too bad a flop for the sevens.
Big Mike couldn't wait to check. Asa had to set him straight about whose turn it was.
Yeah, I saw that. That was ready, fire, aim a little bit on his check.
So he's going to call the half pot bet. He does have the best hand. He has sevens, which is better than no pair.
And he likes this even better.
Dan with about 3/4 pot behinds. If I'm going to keep betting, I'm probably just going to bet all of it at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
He's not going to do that. He's going to bet most of it. He's going to bet $200.
Yeah, gets a fold. Whatever gets you there. I agree with you, though. I think it's him there.
Yeah, I don't know what he does if he gets called and he has got $100 going to the river. I don't know what he's going to do on the river.
Yeah.
Like, you could check and then get shoved on and you're getting like 9-1.
Right.
What do you do then?
Yeah, exactly. I think what he does on the river is he reaches in his pocket for more money.
Yeah, probably.
That's like, it was small, it was like less than half a pot. The guy in the middle snaps it, flips over the nut flush. And the guy out of position got furious.
All right, hand 60. We're about 2.5 hours in. Got an hour and a half left.
We got another shot at the quads of the day here.
Yeah.
Big Mike with the threes. Kevin going to make him pay for it probably with his ace-king.
Small pairs.
Weren't that worried about it.
Kevin just called.
No, he raised 55.
Oh, he did. Yes, he did.
There's a green chip involved, and there was
Yeah,
some more
I was
chips.
confused because it said call, but it was saying to call.
The guy was like, oh, you baited me into this.
And Big Mike going to call the free bet. He's going to go set mining. He's getting a good price to do so.
Yep.
But also the guy who did it was like, I kind of know him, and I think he's
No set this time, but nothing for ace-king either. Not even a backdoor flush draw. Queen 9-7, 2 spades. Does he want to c-bet this? Like, this smashes Big Mike's best hands, his favorite hands.
Yeah, Queen 9 and Queen 7.
Check, check. Another dud on the turn, a 5 of clubs.
Check again.
Kevin hasn't checked yet.
No, not yet.
Now he does.
Wow, we have seen some boards just completely whiff. Yep, threes are good.
Pair of threes.
You had 6 pair.
I mean, at least it's not 7 high this time.
Yeah.
The next board, right? Always.
But yeah, Kevin getting beat by some pretty weak hands. Going check, 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 check.
Yep. The Nate Newton hand. You know Nate Newton.
No, I don't.
Seriously? The 8 or 90s Cowboys?
Nope.
Big fat Nate Newton? A lot of John.
I'm
Madden
gonna name all the Cowboys.
Did you know all of them?
Troy Aikman,
Yeah, it was his right guard.
Emmitt Smith,
Yeah,
Michael Irvin,
yeah,
Tony Romo.
yeah.
Don't let him hold the kick. Don't do it.
You had no
Dak
reason
Prescott.
to bring that up.
Zeke Elliott, Des Bryant,
Yeah,
Jason Garrett.
yeah.
That's about all the Cowboys that come to mind immediately for me.
Well, I'm surprised you got that deep, frankly. I really am.
Yeah, that didn't feel all that deep.
Roger Staubach, you didn't mention?
I forgot that. It
Yeah,
was
you do
before
right.
my time, I'm familiar with his accomplishments. But yeah, Roger Staubach, one of the greats.
One of the great human beings that we've ever known. Well, would it surprise you that the last hand had ace king in it?
It would not surprise me. It's made the rounds.
Oh my gosh. I can't even imagine how many times it showed up. Dan's now on the green, so we've got a couple of people on the green. Kevin's still the big loser at 1.3. Not a common occurrence for him.
Well, Dan just hasn't been here long enough to get stacked by JY.
Yeah,
yet.
he was down 4 or 500 just a few hands ago. Yeah, he's made a little bit of a comeback. Optimize has been hanging around that flush night.
Yeah.
Hearts or diamonds?
9 of diamonds, it looks like.
Oh, did we have a card turned over?
8 of diamonds exposed burn.
No, I got you. Premium hand is so used to getting premiums, he folds his king 10, his Broadway cards. Which was a wise move, as Bertram has king queen.
Mike defending the straddle with the 8-7.
And nails it.
Two pair, bottom 2. Gutter for Dan.
Gutter to the nuts.
Check through. Nice, safe deuce of spades.
Yep, that has blank written across the middle of it.
All these nothings are just going to get out of there, I think.
Yep, yep. So this is the final table for Dallas. What was their?
Yeah, the monthly $250,000 guarantee, the even bigger one.
Monthly, yeah. The even bigger one.
Yeah, they play down to the final table on day 2, and they do the final table the next day.
Gotcha.
Makes for players being able to have proper rest before playing for a bunch of money, and also makes for a better time to go on air than say midnight.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we go on at midnight. Well, Australia's going to watch us, but I mean, who else is
Yeah.
gonna
Well,
watch us?
we do have New Zealand viewership, so
Yeah, I mean, we were during the pandemic. We were huge in Australia.
Somebody else told me that. Maybe it was you that told me that before, and I was like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, we had a surprising number of Australians checking in. Shout out to Australia. Let us know if you're in the chat. Let us know wherever you're watching
Yeah.
from, whether it's Australia or any other spot on this planet.
You want me to do my Australian accent?
I don't want to get canceled.
Okay.
This is Uncle T who's going to do the Australian
No, I
accent
am
if
not.
he wants.
I don't have an Australian. If
He's
I
not
do it,
going
I'm going
to.
to sound like I have a speech impediment. It's going to sound more like a dingo than an actual Aussie. So I'm going to avoid it.
What does a dingo sound like? I don't know.
It's a dog with an Australian accent.
Okay.
Shout out to all the Australian dingoes there that watch us on light, eating Vegemite out of a trash can. You know what Vegemite is?
I know it. So after I left grad school, like my first boss actually was from Australia.
Oh.
So I have heard of Vegemite.
He didn't get you to eat Vegemite, did he?
He did not.
Okay, I've actually had that as a bet that I lost, and I had to eat some Vegemite. It was horrid. Rather eat kidney pie.
One person's horrid is another's pretty good.
Yeah.
Clearly. One of these days we're going to have a flop and somebody's going to connect with it.
Yeah. That's
Maybe
what
even two people are going to connect with it. I mean, damned if I know when that's going to be.
You know, like I said a month ago, those fives were guaranteed to get the doggy in the window every time. It seemed like. Kyle confirmed this for if you're still on the chat. We saw at least 12, probably more sets, and a lot of them in the window. Fives hit, I think, 3 times. One of my favorite small pairs. I seem to hit sets with fives or make straights with fives more than any of the small pairs. You know how you get pairs that you're like glad to see, and then those that you just hate to see.
Kind of.
Kind of? Have you got too much math in your mind to have those emotions?
Way too much math.
I do not have enough. I do not have enough.
How do you feel about sevens? Is that one of the ones that you get a warm,
No.
fuzzy feeling about?
No, it's absolutely one of the ones that I blank on. I don't believe in manifesting things, but if ever there was the reverse manifest, it would be sevens for me.
10-3.
We have a little bit of pot lag. That would have been a great hand or a great flop for a hand in the previous one. But Optimize does get top.
Optimize has something and nobody else does.
No.
Who's always the next one?
Pocket threes.
You do any accents besides New York?
I do any accents besides New York?
Yeah, but besides the Long Island.
I don't want to get canceled is the thing.
Oh, really? If you did any accents, you get canceled?
I am concerned that I could get canceled.
Well, there's certain countries you could do that wouldn't offend anybody.
Well, apart from people from that country.
Like you could do East Texas accent or, I don't know, a Mississippi accent. Nobody get offended.
I couldn't tell the difference between East Texas and Mississippi.
Yeah, there's not much difference, to tell you the truth.
Even though Louisiana is between the two of them?
Yeah. But that's just one part of Louisiana that's really different. Louisiana, yeah. That's where the Mississippi Delta starts, is in East Texas.
Ace King for Optimize, going to 3-bet.
What a surprise. We get Ace King, and we get Queen 9, which has showed up quite a bit.
This will be Big Blind versus Straddle. See a check dark from Dan.
Dan have played a fairly small stack.
Dan with a gut shot and
gutter.
2 overs. Optimize checks back. Another 5 on the turn. Dan could consider stabbing at this. And so if he
heard
gets
you.
called, he does
voice
have plenty of potential.
Went back in time 15 minutes, and he took your advice.
Goes half pot, 75. Ace King, red cards. Not the best spot. He is going to call. See what happens on this river. Another 7, double paired board.
Well, he doesn't know it, but another bet takes it down for him.
Not necessarily. Optimize could just call at the ace high.
He could. I mean, if ever there's, yeah, and of a small bet, a little bet like
75. Like Optimize could call thinking that he's going to chop with another ace, and he's actually going to win because Dan doesn't have that. I don't mind the bluff. I would just bluff bigger.
I just jam it because he's got the right stack to jam without looking like he's bluffing it off.
So optimize calls, and he will
call.
collect the pot.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit to learn from the betting strategy there. Thinking about what your opponent has that you can make fold with your stack, or just not trying at all. So how many likes are on there?
How many likes? Not enough.
Not enough.
I don't know how many likes.
We're getting no commentary from the chatters. They are not chatty at all.
They're just trying to gamble like the degenerates they are.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah. I hang out with degenerates all the time.
I see 44 likes.
44 likes. I want to see 50 the next time Lottie looks. 50 likes.
Big Mike limping his deuces. Ace Jack from Optimize.
Gosh, I swear.
Is going to put the raise in.
Deuces and Ace King have been the hands of nine.
Ace Jack for Optimize, rather.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Ace King has been the other comment. What do you think of that board?
So Big Mike flops a boat.
kind of a dream flop for Big Mike.
Yeah. 100 from Big Mike. Optimized with 2 overs.
Right now, Big Mike's like, oh, 5 seconds went by and he didn't call. I'm good.
Oops, I got raised.
Oh, no.
I got clicked.
And then
It's only like 225. He got
yeah.
clicked.
All those warm, fuzzy feelings went away.
Yeah.
No, he's like, I'm facing 4s, and I hate
And,
myself.
he is very possibly drawing dead, and he's going to fold.
Yeah.
So Optimize with the bluff.
Yeah, it's actually a good fold in spite of the cards that we know Optimize have.
Because you know that there's going to be more coming. Like, eventually, like, Optimize is going to be looking for all the money, probably.
Yeah, you get a lot more information out of not betting there, and if your opponent doesn't bet, which Optimize wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Reasonably late, we played.
You two were going at it.
Yeah, it was the 4
See
of
the
us.
20
right?
going
Jay,
on.
me, and Nick and
I left at my normal
You
spot.
left. We probably played another, I don't know, 30 minutes. Some guy showed up,
Do you know what Cowboy
short stack,
468?
and game.
I don't either.
No.
I don't either. That's one of the few numbers I can't place Cowboy. I promise to be the last time that I ask you that. I lie, though.
Wait, is this what
Yeah.
I'm a poker player. You know I'm lying. Premium man Sean, who told me that this is, well, the 6-7 offsuit is his favorite non-premium hand,
He has half of that.
decides to call with it.
Bertram's raising with the king-queen. Raises small and gets 2 callers. So 6-3, once again, is going to be seeing a flop, this time in
Yep.
Big Mike's hands.
Yep.
And the 6 is flopped, not nothing. In fact, it has the best hands at the moment on this
Yeah.
ace-ace
How is
6.
Big Mike ahead here?
You just have to pay.
Throws his $100 chip that he throws out.
That was a $55 bet that
Yeah, but he likes to throw that, announce it and throw that chip out.
10 of spades. Bertram does pick up the combo draw here. He's got the king high spade. He does have the jack as a possibility as well. Not to mention all of the overs that he could hit. 150 from Big Mike.
To wrap up, and then Asa can tell us the story.
See if Bertram goes for the check raise or if he just calls. That looks like it's just a call. Heads up to the river. 600 and change in the middle. And the draw bricks out with a 9 of diamonds. Aces and 6s will be good for Big Mike if it gets the showdown. Checks to him. I probably just check here if I'm him.
I agree.
I don't know that we can bluff anything off.
King high. Showdown.
Check, check. Bertram says king high. That's good news for the 6.
tell you what, having a hand like that is like having Christmas in April. The fact that you made anything off of it.
Yeah, he made quite a bit from a hand that a lot of players wouldn't even play pre-flop.
Exactly. It just encourages bad behavior.
We don't really need a lot of encouragement around these parts.
No, we don't. Yeah, we're not. We're playing in Austin, folks. There's enough bad behavior to go around. JY folds his king egg. Hadn't been involved in the hand in a long time.
Optimize gets a couple of callers.
Oh my gosh. And then crushes it. Just crushes them. I'm sorry,
Big
Mike
crushes
crushes
it with
yeah.
the full house.
Crushes.
We check through.
Of course.
3 of hearts doesn't really give him any potential to get paid. Premium hand Sean deciding to bet his 7s and 6s, makes it 80. Big Mike just calling. There's nothing he's afraid of.
Not a thing.
So give Sean every chance to bluff if that's what's going on here. Give him a chance to make a flush, which the front door comes in with the 4 clubs, which actually is going to see Sean give up, I think. Big Mike going 125, which is going to have Sean get a little bit curious and find out that he was basically dead on the flop. He was down to running quads.
Yeah. He was dead as soon as Asa started counting out those flop cards.
You gotta call us, we get in trouble sometimes. I don't know, mine luck. You probably would have rivered a king, your king 7. Mine luck.
All right, folks. Hand number 70. Ace in the box. Mel on the computer. Life is good. The New York Knit. Uncle T calling the game for you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
See if I can do it again. The flop. Flop it. Check.
Well, Big Mike's got a 9. Dan just got his king. So we have a small pot brewing. Let's see if somebody gets a little more aggressive with the $232 pot.
I didn't catch a flop.
Big Mike can't call. Well, folks, let us tell you about what we've got going on at TCH Austin. So every Monday night, like tonight, we have our $2,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament. Only $20 to buy in. You have rebuys, and you can also add double add-ons. This is one of those that if you come out before 9 o'clock, which is looming, you can get in. 9 o'clock is usually about the right time for a break, and you can get those add-ons and have a nice stack. And we also have our $60 buy-in in a couple of days. That is our 20K starting stack, 2,000 guaranteed, 1,000 guaranteed first. I like to play both of those when I'm not commentating. So please come out and join us. We usually have a, and one thing I always say about those as Uncle T tries to figure out how to get off of this. One thing that I can say about, forgive me folks, when Lottie leaves the room, Uncle T turns into an automated idiot.
check.
You know what I can tell you is that you should never let your children play with computers. Thank you. I was never so glad to see you walk in the room. I was telling about the Monday night tournament and the Wednesday night tournament, and then, as always, you should never let children or seniors play with computers because they will start World War III.
Yeah, so the trick with this thing is the same button that you click to get that thing up, you just click it again to make it disappear.
Yeah, it really pisses me off when things make sense.
Yeah. The same as like when you put up one of these chat messages, right? Yeah, it works the same way, actually.
Well, I got the chat going again. I just couldn't figure out how to get back to the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it should be noted that Mel, our producer, had no clue how to help me. You never been on that side of the
throwing
screen.
Mel under the bus here. Wow. Threw Mel under the bus.
You did. You know, that's a sign of the Mel ego. We never asked for directions.
I saw Mel coming out as I was coming out. Did we crash?
Well, we did. It was just caused by my driving.
Top set for Dan. Yeah, this is the argument about like periodic retesting, right?
Yes, yes, it is. Well, when they do marketing with monkeys to see if they can open packaging, they also get me involved.
So Dan made it 70 with his set. Optimized called.
Doesn't look like there's. Is there? Oh yeah, JY has.
Bertram
the
8554.
JY
What makes it 350?
Did JY fold the 9? Yeah, it's a good fold.
It's a one-way hand, right?
Yeah, it's a one-way hand, and that's.
And it was
smart
actually
fold.
losing. Dan moves all in for a little bit more, as he should, and he has the second nuts on top, and he has an overpair on the bottom, which is not nothing, but
And there's no way for Optimize to know it, but he's way ahead of everybody. On the
yeah,
bottom.
and you could scare 2 pair out of there
Yeah.
is the other nice thing.
Yeah.
So over to Bertram, who's going to make the call. 8554. He has a spade draw that's dead on the top, and he's in a lot of trouble on the bottom. And that's going to be a scooper for the Kings.
Yeah, a good
Kings good on
size
both
scooper,
sides.
Too. Wow.
Kings on the top board.
And I had a flush draw and a straight draw.
Yeah, we're seeing the queen on the camera. It's not showing it up on the board.
Yeah, there it is.
But there it is. Yeah. Wow, scooper. First scoop we've had in the night.
And the graphics screwed up. The graphics claim it's a chop. The graphics, wait, no. 5, okay. Did he actually have a set there?
He did. He did.
Okay,
have that.
okay,
It's
so there was
corrected
a mystery.
itself.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually has a both 5.
This makes more sense.
It does make a lot more sense with the. You know, I think maybe that was my fault because I touched the wrong button. It made the computer was you know, is that possible that it
started
transferred
shuffling the cards too?
It did. It did. It was a cascade of problems caused by Uncle T. I'll take the credit.
You'll receive the credit.
Yeah, somewhere in the world, the former Mrs. Gardner is saying, I knew it was his fault. She wouldn't let me touch the remote.
This will come up on your performance review.
Kill my raise and my non-existent salary.
Yeah, we have high standards here at Texas Card House.
You know, Lottie, I am proof that is absolutely not true. You and Mel are the top. I'm this guy that got off the street and said, hey, we got free coffee.
No, Aaron's the top. That's why he's in Dallas now. Oh,
Yes.
That's why he calls Dallas now.
Yes, he is.
He's here in Austin, but he calls Dallas.
Yeah. 9s for Optimize. And very
Plays them
similar hands.
aggressively.
Yeah, he does. Makes a nice $200 bet.
Gets one of the ace-jack offsuits out of there.
Which you would say is absolutely the right thing to do.
Like in position, it's slightly less bad. That said, he raised an effectively under the gun opener because of the straddles.
Yeah.
So that's risky business. We see Dan, the one making the call, the ace-jack offsuit.
And not knowing that he has very little chance of hitting either one of his cards. Doesn't
Queen
even have a
4-3.
spade.
Optimize still good. Only one over. It's not the really scary one. Optimize going to put him in for the rest of his money, which will be about a pot-sized bet. 450, and Dan holding face up. And Optimize showing him that he was good.
And
or
Sean,
he was ahead,
and premium hand Sean saying, that's what I had.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that, yeah, so Optimize, like that's, he definitely could have gone either way there.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, you're 3-betting effectively an under the gun opener because Sean was the first player after the straddle, so that's essentially under the gun. And he should have the strongest range normally. And I mean, he is premium hand Sean. He's not just Sean, he's premium hand Sean.
Yes.
And we're raising into premium hands, and you know, that's
a little scary.
like you might hear back from him. Like you could have just set mine to your 9s. Instead, you give him the chance to tell you to get wrecked.
Yeah. Get wrecked?
Yep, get wrecked. JY has ace king. JY has the chance to tell everyone here to get wrecked with his ace king.
Yep.
And he does that, 250.
Which is always, when you're on a blind, you love looking down at these premium hands.
Premium hand Schwan with the steam Doa, and he folds it. Eight of spades, 8 of hearts.
Oh, wow.
Going into the muck.
The big Mike
That's
with
a
ace
crime.
10.
That's a crime
That
against
is-
TCH Live.
It is. It is.
10-9-4, which is going to outflop those the ace king.
Yeah. And what about flop the 8s?
$250, about half pot, going to be Mike's bet.
This is the tough part about not, you know, doing a continuation here. You know, you're just saying I missed.
Unless you're going to get tricky with like a set of 10s.
Yeah, unless you're trapping. Yeah. Or an overpair. Yeah.
This is also a spot where it's entirely reasonable to just give up. You
Yeah.
have no pair, you have no draw, and Big Mike could definitely have a lot of this 10-9-4 flop.
Yeah. In your best world, you've got 6 outs.
Yeah.
Well, what he doesn't know is he doesn't. He's got 1 out.
He thinks 3 outs, except we know some of them are dead. Like when you're playing, though, we're not thinking about
you're thinking
what
about
got
that kind of
folded.
card removal. Yeah.
That's something that people debate. Like, what should these graphics do? Like, as far as outs that are spoken for, and it's like what kind of equities it is. Like, as I'm playing the game, I don't know what's sitting in the muck. I just know what my equity is if Big Mike hit his 10 and he 3-outed me.
Yeah. I find that.
And he's going for the check raise.
Wow. That was unexpected. And he gets jammed into
he's
it.
going to make it 600, and then Mike just sticks it in his face immediately.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mike's like, and he's going to look at Mike. What you shouldn't do is go get a mirror, look in the mirror, and say, duh. Smack yourself in the forehead and fold.
Yeah, I think this raise was somewhat unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think he's in a folding motion. And we saw him fold a lot more hand than he has right now.
Yeah.
Earlier, and this. What? He folds face up. Like, interesting choice to show that you can check raise that hand.
The hilarious part is Big Mike going, what? What did you fold? Oh, are you kidding? Well, of course he folded.
Same hand?
Yeah.
What's that?
If I'm Big Mike, I probably don't 3-bet shove there, because the problem is you get called by a set. Yeah, like you're getting called by sets.
Yes.
And it's over pairs.
Yes.
And like jacks maybe, and you're getting called by sets. And if he has a draw or an air ball that he's check raising, you let him off the hook.
Yeah.
Like, you don't give him the chance to barrel off.
Yeah.
So
I had that conversation with the tournament player that I play with frequently, and he's got a little set of rules. And he asked me after he jammed once. He said, was that the right thing to do? I said, first of all, don't ever take free advice. It's worth everything I agree. And then he caught me outside and he asked again. I said, no, because in that case, you were only getting called by better hands. and you took your value out of your hand. You absolutely, you know,
No, I'm with you.
but it's not uncommon, and we all do it from time. Well, I say everybody, but you're not included.
I'm sure
in
I've done it too.
Yeah, but it's probably been a few years.
King Jack 7. So they both flop a jack. Sean has the better jack, and he has the backdoor heart.
Backdoor hearts.
Kevin was our pre-flop raiser. He's going to c-bet. The 35 gets called by Sean. Shows the flat with the ace-jack, closing the action. Perfectly fine thing to do.
Doink.
And there's another jack, so this is potentially a very big problem for Kevin.
It is a huge problem for Kevin to get the case jack here. This is going to cost him a lot of money.
Unless he can find an 8 to win or a king or 7 to chop it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think we end up all in here.
Yeah, see if we get check raised now or not. 100 goes on the bigger side. And playing this deep, we need to raise now if we're going to get it all in by the
Makes it
river.
250.
Yeah, it goes 250. Goes
Which
small.
is a very suspicious range because it's just that value range that we were talking about.
I could go probably more like 350, 400. There's a lot of draws available that we could be representing.
Yeah, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, I don't want to push Ace King off his hand. If that's what he puts Kevin on.
Kevin calls. So
That should
pot
tell him
is
something.
637, and Sean has twice that behind.
Oh,
and
my
there's
gosh.
the ace, so he's
Oh,
going to
my
fill up
gosh.
what Kevin was.
That's
due
gonna
anyway.
save Kevin money. I think.
You
it
think
really
so?
will.
You
I
think he's
really
going to
do.
put him exactly on ace jack?
Yeah, maybe nobody else, but I think it's Kevin. I think he's like, okay.
You don't think he's going to say this could be ace king doing something
He still
weird?
could. Yeah, he still could. Matter of fact, he may be thinking that.
Oh,
and
he's
he
going
loves
to at
this
least
race.
call. He's not folding here.
No, he's not going
He's
to
not
fold.
folding. He's
but-
going to go 400. Again, I could go bigger here. I could go like 500,
agree.
550. Maybe even I overbet to like 800 to really drill
And I
home.
think
like,
if you bet to 800, Kevin would consider folding here.
yeah, that's where I'm saying though. Like I have a jack or I have a busted draw.
Yeah.
And if you're Kevin, you're beating the busted draws.
Yep.
But you know you're not beating a jack, but you're beating a busted draw. So like I could go bigger than 400, but this is also fine. I think fold is the one thing Kevin can't consider here. Maybe he's trying to induce the shove.
Yeah.
He's just going to get the call, though.
Yeah.
Full house, jacks over ace.
Yeah, I think if that's a larger bet, a bigger bet, and just from playing with Kevin, now maybe he never folds here, and he'll tell me about it later when he watches the stream. But yeah, I think a max value bet there, like you said, about 800, he would take a little more time calling.
This is the second time where we see Kevin save a ton of money because his opponent decided to do something slightly off the beaten path.
Yeah, like
We saw a
JY.
little bit earlier where top boat just flatted instead of raising.
Yeah.
And here we see a somewhat smaller sizing, which
And
I can
didn't
defend the
JY
400.
Didn't JY on that hand not just, that was right.
He
it was
just
floated
flatted
the-
with
the
top
river.
boat.
Yeah, I was thinking the river. I thought he flatted the turn too, but you're right.
Yeah.
He flatted the river.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
very
400, like if you think 400 is going to get called a little bit more, okay.
Yeah.
I probably tend to go bigger with just so many busted draws available.
Yeah, Kevin, if you're listening to this later on, I think you'll realize that you had a rough night. He's down quite a bit.
He should
could
be
have
down.
been a lot
He should be
worse.
down at least another $1,500.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say 12 to 15.
He should probably be down $2,000.
Yeah, I agree.
Dominated.
Yeah, there was a lot of money left on the table by your opponents.
Yeah, but sometimes your good nights are the ones where you don't totally lose your shirt when you should have.
Yeah, I tell people I get more excited about a big comeback from a huge downswing than I do about having. Last night I was up 1,100 at the end of the night, and it was just I got cards, so I was like, okay. A couple of nights ago I was down 900, came all the way back. I was much happier with the way I played in that because it was a much more difficult night to play. Premium hand, getting a semi-premium hand, one that we don't like very much, but
I would not call it a premium hands. I'd call it an okay hands.
you would call it a good hand. Even?
Also, small blind versus button, 3-bet that. 3-bet that
Yeah,
all day. I
yeah.
like that.
Yeah, I do
Just
too.
to be clear on that.
Yeah, I get you. That positional bet is more about the position than it was about the cards.
Yeah, and small blind versus button, Like if you look at the game theory, like it strongly prefers 3-betting
Yeah.
in part to, or in fact largely to neutralize that positional disadvantage. So, playing out of position is generally worse than playing in position.
Yeah.
If you're the aggressor, you give the player in position a chance to fold, and then you're also repping the stronger range on later streets usually. So you can continue betting and have the better range that has more nut hands and apply a lot of pressure to the in-position player. So, yeah, we like re-raising small blinds a lot.
You know, folks, this is why I do the commentary with Lottie.
Not
Because
just
I'm
because
gonna
everyone else said no.
I mean, seriously.
2 pair for Sean,
What I
bottom
don't,
2.
what I don't understand is why Kyle doesn't give me what you just gave me. Kyle, if you're still on, I need a little bit more out of you, brother. I feel like you're holding back. Lottie's giving
Shots fired.
shots.
I mean, you threw Mel under the bus. Now you're throwing Kyle under
Yeah,
the bus.
well,
Who's next?
it's just, you go out with J-Lo and you go back to your other girls that you go out with and go, why don't you look that way?
Oh, my God. So I'm J-Lo and everyone else here isn't.
Well, you've been compared to J-Lo before, sure.
No.
Oh, I'm surprised. You're not the New York J-Lo?
No.
She's
But you know what? I guess I was waiting for tonight. You knew I had to go there.
Yeah, you did.
As far
You
as
did.
I know, she is from New York. I'm
She is
just
from New
not
York,
the New
yeah.
York J-Lo.
You're the Long Island J-Lo.
No.
Oh, my. And then a poker hand broke out in the middle of it.
Yes, poker's happening.
And what is surprised, the poker hand has ace-king in it.
And
It is JY again.
$125, and Sean calls. And just Sean calls. We're going to go heads up. And Sean's going to outflop him. Queen, Jack, deuce. JY does have the gutter and the 2 overs. Goes to a small C bet. $90, about a third pot. Sean going to call with the pair. To the turn we go. Deuce of hearts. Very Ricky, uninteresting turn. And JY going to go for the second barrel, it looks like. And looks like he's gone 160, and Sean can't stand the heat anymore. Ace queen for Bertram, the worst hand ever. Calls the $20 straddle. Big Mike with the ace jack suited. It's pipped. Makes it 70. Does Bertram back raise here? That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. He does! He goes for the back raise, 300, and Mike immediately grabs a bunch of black chips. And we're going to be all in here. All in and a call. Bertram well ahead here. Just fading at Jack. Asa putting him out real quick. I'm glad I wasn't trying to build suspense or anything. And ace queen high going to hold here. Bertram going to get the double at Big Mike's expense. Well, Look at me being a hypocrite. I mean, now I'm throwing people under the bus.
I need to stop doing this. I'm gonna get jealous all the time. Queen 9. You give us too much credit. That Queen 9 hand was probably my favorite hand of the night, to be honest. Yeah, call.
Those weren't the hands I was expecting.
But you do see what an efficient dealer he is. Like to keep the game moving. Really good when you're playing a timed game. Bertram limping again, and Dan rather raising with the 8-4. Optimize, flatting the king-queen suit. Let's see if we get another back raise. Nope, just the call. No limp re-raising this time. We're going to go 4 ways. And 2 of the hands are 8-4 and 8-deuce, so. Queen 9-6 will favor optimize. Dan putting the 75 in there. Optimize, of course, calling with top pair. That'll get us down to heads up, and Dan drawing at a miracle. And he does pick up an open ender. He's not dead yet. Now he chooses to check. He improves and he checks. He's got a pot-sized bet behind. Optimize could just say all of it, and that's what he does. He says all in. What is Dan's called? Does not get there, though, so Optimize is going to stack Dan. No, check that. Check that. Dan actually has 10-8 of clubs.
Oh,
that makes a lot more sense than 8-4.
does.
So,
he had it on the
so
turn.
actually, yeah, so what happened was Dan turns the straight. He turned the nut straight. And then he got Optimized to pay him.
Wow.
So
that was
Dan
so
gonna
confusing.
double. Yeah. It's Texas. You never really know if they have 8-4 unless you have a note in front of you and you see the camera as well.
Well,
That
your
says,
producer did her job. We just didn't do our job.
Or, you know, I'm just trying to play it coy.
Confuse people.
We can't make it that easy.
He played the Uncle T, the 10-8 suited.
Also, I think our viewers are smart enough to know that if I'm saying up front that he has 10-8, then we know that we're going to find out that he has 10-8.
Yes. That's one way of justifying it.
Trying to avoid the spoilers here. So I'm going to play dumb. Some would say that I'm not playing.
Well, we're playing the Jason Witten hand, a player you named that you knew.
Yeah, did not remember his number, but
Really?
I know.
As good as you are with numbers, that should be just etched in your mind. I'm going to work on your cowboy, background knowledge.
So Ace King limped and it's got a bunch of callers, and Jack 4-4 is the flop, which is just peachy for Ace King. Optimize has trips.
Mm-hmm. It does play into the big blind range.
Especially when it was almost free.
Yep.
And he's going to get no further money for
Yeah.
his trips. Check's probably better there.
Yeah.
Especially if you have some players who
Somebody
can
playing Ace
get
King
spicy.
behind you, or
Yeah.
Ace 10 suited, something in that range.
Or let somebody catch something on the turn.
Yep.
Like you'd love to have like an ace or a king on the turn, and like somebody's got
Exactly.
top pair, or somebody picks up a draw and decides to bluff.
It's not very often we get to say Optimize should have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just personally what I would do. Like, there's really no turns that I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
So just give somebody the chance to get there. That said, it's a limped pot, so I mean, who has what, right?
Yep. JY in late position. 2 broadways. Let's see what he does.
Let's open this. We're on the cutoff.
Yeah, he's been playing extremely tight since he won that big, huge hand. Happy to take home his money.
Big Mike gonna win it the easy way.
Is there an easy way?
There is.
A walk?
Yes. Everybody folds their cards and you just win.
Doesn't get much easier than that. My favorite thing in a tournament in the big blind. You don't get it very often.
When you do, you probably have kings.
Yes, you do. Yes, exactly right. Kings have been hard on me lately, Bobby.
Yep, same here. I've run kings into aces twice in the last week.
You know that's always my joke. You know, the 90% that you'll get an ace on the flop. You know.
Yeah. No, I mean we didn't even need to have the ace on the flop.
Yeah, you just
He
ran
had
into
2 of them
straight up
already.
aces, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I did it to a guy with my aces, and he had kings, and we flopped an ace-king flop. That was hard on him, even though I was behind going to the river, and then I got my quad aces. That was very memorable.
Sean with top pair, Mike going to call with his 10 high club draw.
And he gets it.
He does get it. He has the 4th nuts. Sean going to continue telling the story that he has it.
And you know, it's going to be,
and he gets it done.
He does
Mike
get it
folds
done.
the
I sort of
flush.
say that's a nice bet. You know, it just looks a little value-y, and he's like, I don't feel good about my 10.
It makes me ask, though, why did we call flop?
Exactly. Yeah. What were you hoping for?
What did he want to happen? That's what
The
I'd like
perfect
to
thing
know.
happened, and you still
What did he
folded.
want to happen? Did he want to get a club and have it checked down?
Yeah. Well, it is a little intimidating. If he gets checked to, then he's in catbird seat, and he knows it. But the fact that, and that's why I like that bet by Sean. That's
if you're playing a good aggressive player, he's not going to check to you.
yeah. Yep.
Haven't actually put the straddle on. We just have to wait for the graphics to click over. Ace queen for Dan, putting in the 3-bet.
Well, Miser's got the 5s. Let's see a doggy in the window. I'm calling it now. I did that a month ago, and I called it before it happened.
9-8 folding.
Wow.
Getting a price.
Yeah. Getting a good price. He's going to hit his 9.
King 9 deuce rainbow. Dan going to continue. Optimize. Did not hit his set. This is a spot where you could exit, but not yet. So the turn we go, heads up. And 10 does not help his cause either. Gutter for Dan. Dan checks now, and Optimize going to seize the opportunity to bet. 250 on the
have a
bigger
gutter.
side. Going to polarize and basically saying, I know you don't have it, Dan, otherwise you would have kept betting.
See if the gutter calls you.
Nope. Nor would I expect him to.
No.
All right, if Dan had kept betting, I think the 5s go away.
I agree.
He just told Optimize, I don't have anything.
Yep.
Please take the pot.
And Optimize is always going to take advantage of that. Very good at that. Big Mike has quieted down quite a bit, as we have a, as we'd say in PLO, a middle wrap for everybody.
Kevin going for the squeeze with the 6-5. That'll work.
Takes it down. So how are we doing on likes?
Good question.
Have we gotten to 50 yet?
I don't know. Let's find out.
That was my goal.
That was your goal.
As we get 9s for Dan. Optimizer's got suited queen 6. Premium hand Sean has got the 3-2 of spades that he does decide to raise with.
We have 54 likes.
Y'all came through for me.
Well done.
I'm going to take personal credit for that. Big Mike decides 4 deuce is all he needs to defend the button with. He does get a deuce, but he's way behind. Dan's like, and he gets snapped. He gets snapped.
Hey, he didn't defend with the 4 deuce to fold a pair.
Yeah, I guess.
Needs another deuce or a 4. Gets none of those. The 9s are good for the double
Dan
up.
goes, thank you. You're on my Christmas card list. Thanks for the gift.
What was that you were saying about Big Mike getting quieter?
Yeah, I guess he heard me and said, you're right. I need to get off my duff. Start being big like Big Mike should. Dan, you didn't see his cards. You have no idea what a gift that was. He's thinking, oh, he had A6 or something.
He'll know in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Or he can know in 15
He
minutes.
can.
It's time for a bomb pot. We know it's time for that.
We do? Why do we know that?
Because everybody put $10 out.
Ah. That subtle little thing that makes you who you are. You just pick up on these small things that I miss.
Every now and then I can pick up on a cue.
How are you at tells? How do you consider yourself a person that makes a lot of tell reads?
No. Occasionally you'll get one, but
Now there's action tells and then there's physical tells.
yeah,
I can see you being good at picking up action tells, like you talked about Dan. He's basically saying, "Take this hand." That's an action tell.
That's more theory than anything.
Yeah, that's what
Like
I call them action tells. Your
Like the
actions
physical
just
tells,
tell me.
yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call myself an expert in that at all.
No, not into psychological tells, no.
Sean with one too many aces. He does have the club draw on top.
And Bertram does
Bertram
have
has
the
2 sets.
2 sets.
He has all the sets. The graphics are somewhat incorrect here. It doesn't have it as a bomb pot. This was a $10 bomb pot, so pot will be 70. There we go. And so Kevin calling with the king high heart draw. And a gutter, Sean calling with his club draw. 10 and a 5 on the turns. The set's probably
Yeah, the
good on
9-5.
one side.
Yeah.
On the top side, it gets a bit dicier.
He's got nut
We
boat
check
on the
the-
bottom, 9s and 5s. And
That's
now he's
not
got
a boat.
9s and 6s.
9's full of 6s, 9's full of deuces.
9s full of 5s.
So that's a scooper. No. This is PLO. You have to play exactly 2 cards.
Right, he's got 9. Oh, duh. Okay, yeah, I'm a
Also,
moron.
the graphics were slightly askew for a moment as well.
No, that was just me being a moron.
But yeah, Bertram is gonna bet with a 280 as he should when he has basically the nuts on both boards. Kevin has
that is. No, he's
fold.
missing 8 for the straight.
Sean calls. He decides to bluff catch with the aces,
Yeah.
and he's going to get scooped.
Oh.
So one of those, in case I have half calls, I think.
Yeah, I've done that before with aces when both boards pair and you're thinking, well, my ace is up, maybe good. I don't want to get beat by 10, 10-6.
There's draws that missed.
Yeah.
But when I have little chance at scooping, I tend to just fold there.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I usually tell the player if you just waved your hands over your chips, I would have folded.
Yeah.
Hand number 89. Wasn't that Shannon Sharp's number when he was in Denver?
I think so. I don't recall.
Yeah, I think it was 89. I'm trying to throw a Bronco in there somewhere.
Yeah. I couldn't really tell you the numbers. Apart from number 7.
I don't remember that guy.
Elway.
Yeah, I know. Got a quarterback in the draft.
Don't remind me.
You don't like that quarterback?
I'm not excited about Bo Nix. I'm not. What did he win in college? What big games did he win in college?
No, that's a good question.
Washington beat him twice.
Yeah.
When Oregon was the alleged favorite.
Yeah.
They got beat twice by Washington.
So you have any problems with the Atlanta pick? A lot of talk about that lately.
My problem is that they signed Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's
they
what
should have
everybody's
done
talking
one
about.
or the other.
Yeah. There have been a lot of justification lately on the talk shows.
I guess he's 36 and he's coming off an Achilles, and you might want a backup policy.
Which in the morning shows they immediately said yes, but he's 24, so it would be 26 before he plays. So I don't dislike the pick. I'll be honest with you. Quarterbacks are such a preview. It's quarterbacks league. As optimized gets 2 pair.
Yeah. And also in today's game, it's not like you're drafting a quarterback for 20 years anyway, because they might not stay for 20 years.
Yeah, I think
look at Cousins.
I've been saying all year, or at postseason, that I think Dak is done in Dallas.
He should be.
Yeah, he's going to
Again,
get signed by.
What has he won?
So I'm making my prediction early, and I'm going to say it often. He's going to Las Vegas.
They need a quarterback.
They do. Didn't get one now.
Yeah.
Have no quarterback for the year.
What I want
They
to know
have
is
money.
Yeah. What I want to know is whether Denver's going to go into the season expecting Nix to start,
Yeah,
or is he going to have to compete with Stidham and Wilson?
I'm sorry, who?
Jarrett Stidham,
I know.
the former New England backup, and Zach Wilson, the former number 3 overall draft pick from the New York Jets.
Yes.
Those are the other quarterbacks right now.
You know what I call those quarterbacks?
What do you call them?
Mr. and Mrs. Fill in the blank.
Yeah.
They're just
they're,
nothing. They're like having nothing.
Uninspiring.
Yeah.
I've really soured on Sean Payton.
You know, I hated the way he handled Wilson.
Yeah,
you can
he
say what you
clearly
want
just
about
never
Wilson.
liked him.
No, and I get that some people don't like him personally. I don't care. It's like he mishandled him so bad, so bad.
Also, never mind Bountygate. I mean,
yeah, well,
that was disgusting.
Yeah. And you got a fairly good wide receiver. If you're a Giants fan.
Yeah, the Giants. Yeah, they went for a receiver.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, big boy?
There's a quarterback situation. As you see, folks, we have several more players in the green now. Dan has actually made a nice comeback. Of course, it doesn't hurt to get called off when you jam like a douche. Bertram's back in the green, partially because of his bomb pot that he just scooped. I always say that his bomb pots are a bad night of hold'em gone good or a good night of hold'em gone bad.
And personally, looking ahead to next season, the Pittsburgh Steelers go to Denver this year. I hope Wilson blows them out.
Oh, I do too.
Honestly,
I would love that. I didn't even know they were playing, and they're
Yeah,
going to Denver too.
I think Sean Payton needs to be taken down a notch.
Yeah.
I hope the Steelers just crush them.
I tell you what, if I was in the huddle and they called an out route, I'd tell the receiver, look for Sean Payton when you're in your route, head towards him, I'm going to throw right at his face.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be unfortunate if they had a collision?
Or you don't catch it, and he catches the ball right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really, I used to want Sean to be our coach, from his Dallas time. I don't feel that way anymore.
Yeah. Hey, unless he's going to throw Dak under the bus, then like he could solve your Dak problem.
Yeah, he might solve Dak problem. I think Jerry's already kind of solved that. I don't have a Dak problem.
I don't know why they paid him.
But all he's done is win. And oh, by the way, I get what you
What
get
in
about
January though?
And winning in January is not up to the quarterback. That's up to the defense. And our defense completely cratered. It wasn't because of Dak that we lost to Green Bay.
Well, I mean, not just this January, all the other Januaries.
Well, he did win in January. He's won twice in January. He's not Romo.
In the same year.
No, well, that's the problem. Again, your defense has to play. I tell people all the time, it's like Romo gets a bad rap about that. If you looked at the rankings of the defenses that Romo played with, it's no wonder he never won playoffs. He got that reputation early on for dropping a kick earlier, unnecessarily.
I mean, like that's his. There's certain moments that a player will never live down. I mean, look at Mark Sanchez.
Yeah.
Like there's one moment that he will never live down.
The butt fumble.
The butt fumble.
Yeah.
Everybody forgets about the butt recovery a few years later.
Yes. But I always go back to Denver's last Super Bowl. Why did Denver win their Super Bowl with Peyton?
They had one of the greatest defenses of all time.
Exactly. Defense wins championships. Why did Kansas City win the Super Bowl this year? Their defense got better the last 5 weeks. Consistently better.
You just denied me the chance to dunk on Kyle Shanahan, actually. I was going to say, because Kyle Shanahan does not know how to manage a lead. For the third time in his career, he does not know how to manage a lead.
That's true. That's true. I also agree with that.
28-3.
I know. That's all you have to say is 28-3, and he gave it back. That's still the crazy.
Big Mike looks to be ahead with a 7-2 special. It's Dan betting the $50 and getting, or no. The graphics just glitched out. And anyway, Jack 10 has a better pair now. And Dan has a deuce of some kind.
Yeah, unless Dan has ace deuce suited, which is possible.
You never know.
I think it's stupid to just tip one dealer, to be honest. Even if he sucks you out or something like that for the tournament.
What if he sucks you off?
I haven't really seen Dan get out of line with some bad hands.
For the car after.
4 in the end.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he has ace deuce.
Check. Jack 10 is good.
Never know what he had.
Yeah, I think it's standard to tip all the dealers. Or you just tip the floor and
That's
say, hey,
complete.
tip out the dealer.
Or 7 deuce. Yeah, maybe he had the 7 deuce as well.
If you really wanted to keep it, you could just keep it.
Yeah, you could just not tip them and then, wait till later and then tip the dealer.
Well, folks, how much time have we got left? We got about 20 minutes left in the stream. Working on hand number 93. Looks like we'll
More
break
like about
100.
15 minutes probably, if I had to guess.
Well, I thought we went.
Oh, yeah.
I said we started at.
It tends to end around 10 now.
All the time.
Tends to end around 10.
Somebody lost their job because of that.
Just trust me.
Yeah, but we started 5 minutes.
I know that, but that doesn't matter usually.
That happens all the
Really?
time.
It is at 10 anyway?
How many years have you been doing this?
I don't know. I never look at when we end.
Yeah, it tends to be right around 10.
The only time I know when we start is because our producer, our executive producer David, sends me a text saying, "Get in the booth. You got 4 minutes."
Yeah. Whereas, I don't have to be dragged into the booth.
Yeah.
Like, I tend to just show up without prompting.
That's pretty much not descriptive of my entire life. I mean, the only reason I showed up for my birth is because they didn't give me a way out. Get it?
This instance, yeah.
Yeah, I
A
get
way
you.
out.
The guy that I know, he would go to Beaurivage and he would just go play blackjack. And he would
So I headed out.
blackjack.
So, the ace for Dan.
Yeah, Big Mike
I've never been
playing the top of his
I've
range
never
with
had to worry
6-5
about
off.
tipping out the dealers.
Kevin's going to have to fold. Yeah, and move on.
I only got a couple more hands.
Ace of cranking him out. Another great dealer
The
at
stream's about to end
TCH.
in like 15,
Austin.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta go. Y'all want to agree to?
As we look at our VPIP for the night, Big Mike, not a huge surprise, is leading the pack. JY, who is withdrawn into a shell the size of whatever shell he would fit into since he won that huge hand.
Some kind of a turtle for sure.
Yeah, some turtle that would fit. Maybe even a nautilus shell or maybe a pasta shell. My daughter told me that at the end of the night, my jokes become more dad-like. Premium hand has a premium hand.
And he gets a 3-bet from Big Mike, which
Who has
is
what he
the
would
dream.
consider a premium hand.
We could just flat here because Big Mike will do some crazy things. Like, we don't want to give him a chance to fold. Like, against Big Mike, I'm going to call here. I think he's going to raise. But I really like a call. He's going to raise, and he's going to pray that Big Mike just grabs a fistful of chips. That's not going to happen, though. 225 the 4-bet. Mike hasn't shoved yet. He's going to call.
Having watched Sean tonight, our Wisconsin Sean, I like his game. He's made some good moves.
Oh,
mommy.
The ace in the window, and ace is up for Big Mike.
Well, the ace is going to keep him from betting. No, he's going
to bet.
He's going to bet.
He's the 4-better. He can have an ace.
Yeah, he could, yeah.
And he's playing Big Mike.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Goes 150. He goes small, which is enough that he's going to find out exactly where he stands. And Big Mike's going to tell him, you're behind.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm giving Big Mike credit here. His face is showing nothing. At this point, I'd look like somebody just stuck nitrous oxide in my
Honestly,
ear.
I'm surprised. I give you, he's going to min click. He's going to min click.
Wow.
And Sean's like, what?
This hand may not be a good lesson in betting strategy.
He's going to call. I'm actually
right.
surprised Big Mike didn't snap it in like he did with all the bluffs.
Yeah.
You want him to think that you're bluffing, and the queen's going to give kings a gutter.
And Sean is live. He is.
Yeah.
Now he's going to jam because he doesn't like that straight draw.
Yeah. Picks up a few more outs.
Still rainbow board.
And Sean's going to reluctantly call. He's going to need a king or a 10. No, it's not all in. It was just 300. It was not all in.
Oh, I thought
Mike
it was
has
all
some
in.
crumbs behind.
Okay. Yeah, $99.
King or a 10 for Sean. Instead, it's an 8, which is going to be 4 to a straight.
And, of course, he's going to call now.
All in call. Getting like 17 to 1.
Yeah.
And Ace is just getting the bill.
Did you just say 17 to 1? Is that right?
Well, the pot was like $1,700, and it's a $100 bet.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to be really impressed until you told me your calculation.
I'm just, doing a little rough, like 16 or 17, just a rough estimate.
If I'd looked at it, I could even done that with my Texas.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, we're dealing with multiples of 10,
yes.
and multiples of 100. That's easy. Those are easy numbers to work with.
Yeah, even I can do those.
I think we're going on to a bomb pot here. Yeah, so Big Mike getting the double up at Sean's expense. Premium hands not working out for him. But you know what? Considering his opponent,
he's
got an opponent where he can call down.
I don't know if I ever fold kings there.
Yeah, the first time.
It's made Mike a little more close to the zero. I'd like to see what his stack size is for the evening as we go into the last hand.
Not the last hands.
I thought the bomb pot was last hand.
Not this bomb pot.
Yeah.
I know which hand is the last hand. It's not this one.
Okay.
You snapped out 2 hours ago, bro.
Did you hear the comment? Somebody just said to JY something about his playing, and they said you tapped out 2 hours ago.
Kevin has a spade draw to wrap. He's getting the grief now. The scoop ability is with Kevin. Lots of checking. Big Mike going to do the betting here. 10, 9, 8, 5 has 2 wraps. Makes it 50. Kevin has way too much hands to fold. He's got a spade draw on top. He's got a wrap on the bottom. He's going to raise it to 220. This is good, too.
Yeah.
I think he just got another spade out of the way. Like he's actually clearing some stuff out that he doesn't want in there. Bertram can't continue. Big Mike has 2 wraps. He might stick around.
Yeah.
He has 2 wraps, and he's got a pair on
like
bottom.
His wrap on top because he's got his own out there, but
he has almost a full wrap on the top.
Yeah, he does.
On the bottom, he has a pair and an open-ender, actually, rather than a wrap.
24.
That's a straighty spady card, and then there's a Bordy Perry card.
Bordy Perry?
Yeah.
A Katy Perry?
Yeah, like that. Kevin turning his spades. The bottom turn was unfortunate for him in that the board paired. He's actually still alive with a straight draw, but
I wanted to say no, but I don't want to be that
feels
guy.
less good about it. He's going to make it 400. Big Mike, what does he do here? That was a terrible turn on the top. The spade comes in.
The spade comes in, and the king's on the bottom. He's got nothing.
He's not feeling very live,
Yeah,
and he's going to
gives
fold.
it up. Nice job by Kevin.
Got a reload coming from Sean. We have a few more hands left this evening.
Nobody saw him get a call, right?
Uncle T alongside me. Now pressing the buttons.
He's like, I'm going
Ace
to
of
lose this
the
1,500 in
cards.
front of me if I don't leave right now.
Yeah, very underrated, but difficult job. Being in the
He's
box
like, I'm gonna
with
be
somebody
so
talking
mad
in
when I
your
lose
ear.
this $1,000
The players
if
a
I
little
don't
easier six-handed, a lot less.
And the entire internet judging your every action.
Yeah, and doing it for 2 hours straight.
Yeah. Usually dealers working half-hour downs, 2 hours on the stream, just so that we're not wasting a bunch of airtime with dealer changes.
Yeah.
Just keeps it moving a bit quicker. Or, you could just imagine you're working at some large poker series that is international, and there's not enough dealers, and so you're locked in for 2 hours.
Yeah, and not getting tips because it's a tournament.
Hopefully people who cash leave a tip for the tip pool, and then you get money out of there eventually at some distant point in the future.
I will say, having talked to a number of different dealers that do live streams, they don't. That's the other thing, that they don't particularly make better money. They get fewer hands in. They have a tendency to not get proportional chips to the pots, which I'll leave that alone because that's player driven. But it's a tough job that you work without a break for a long period of time. You have a ton of things going on, and you're not necessarily getting as many hands per hour.
I think we've gotten a lot of hands tonight. We're going to end up with somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 hands an hour, which is not bad.
No, it's not, but
And,
it's because it's six-handed.
It's player dependent, really, as far as at any table, streams or not.
Yeah.
Because I've also seen on the stream where somebody wins a huge pot and a black chip goes the dealer's way.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that. I always notice and call out a player, and maybe afterwards I'll say something to him. Hey, I'm a friend of the dealers. I love my dealers. Very protective of them, as some of the people that play with me know.
Kevin continues for 35, gets raised by Big Mike, and now the under pair just goes away. Mike shows the 4.
Which wouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah.
He'd probably be surprised he had a king.
Looking at these V-pips, JY is drifting towards the Lottie line.
Yeah, well, we've called the hospital and let them know that we have a comatose patient. We're going to be bringing him later. Yeah, he's basically, like they said, shut down for the last 2 hours.
I don't think we have another round.
Round of 20 is the question. And now that we have a round left on stream, but game continues afterwards if the players want to keep playing.
Yep, and they usually do. I don't know about tonight because it's six-handed, but yeah, they usually do. I always loved when I play the stream. I love the after stream action because you usually get a couple of cash players come over.
Yeah, I've gotten unstuck after stream a few times.
Oh, I have too.
Like one time we actually continued three-handed. It was me and the two biggest action players, and I got unburied real quick. And we see JY playing a hand. He is flatting Kevin, ace queen versus king queen. So JY ahead here.
Yeah, both of them with a lot of the cards that are in their hands, either it being folded or in the case of Big Mike being played.
Big Mike flatting.
So this is probably going to be a mid to low board. We'll see whose aggression takes it.
Earl Jack's predicting all in last hands.
Yeah, I think Kevin's in the cutoff. He's probably in.
Hey, there's a jack, so
Yeah.
that's going to be Big Mike's
Big
flop.
Mike does get a piece of it.
Overs for both players.
No bet. Wow, that's
8 pairs. Well, no, Mike was checking to the pre-flop raiser, who
Yeah.
then checked
Yeah.
back. So now Mike's going to do the betting.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised that it checked through.
Yeah.
And JY going to call with his 2 overs. Okay. And the backdoor spades come in.
Well,
Big Mike going to bet again. 75, another small bet. JY with the second nut, no pair.
And as his modus operandi, he's going to take about 45 seconds to a minute and a half. No, he's going to shorten it up.
He's got a bluff catch.
Nope, he's not going to shorten it up.
Well, no, he'll grab chips in. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, is that what he's done before? I haven't really noticed the chip grabbing.
Yeah, he's done that before.
Was your kicker?
He did that when he folded the 10s, I believe.
I think you're right. I do remember that now that you mentioned it. He did exactly what he's doing now. The little.
Yeah.
It
He's
makes
gonna say, "What the hell? I got odds," and gonna see that Mike got it on the flop. So Mike gonna collect a few extra dollars. As we hit to hand number 99, the penultimate hand of the evening.
Football player with the name number 99.
J.J. Watt, I hear from Mel. Yeah, the Houston Texans legends.
How about another one? Played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in their Super Bowl team.
Was Warren Sapp 99?
Yes, he was. Very good. Y'all both impressed me.
I don't remember the numbers. I know who. I remember Warren Sapp. I don't remember his number. Yeah. Well, I mean, how many Tampa Bay Buccaneers could it be? I mean,
Yeah, that's true. You need a lineman.
yeah, they don't
You
exactly.
need the one Tampa Bay Buccaneer lineman that we both know.
Yeah, like they don't really have a storied history as a franchise. Sorry, Tampa. Yeah, they've been to a couple Super Bowls.
They have. That was a great team. Worst thing about that team was their coach.
We got Queens for Schwein, makes it 220. Bertram with Ace King.
Again, the Ace King. And this one's going to get a little more sticky. Boy, Premium Hand has lived up to his name tonight. I mean, we're approaching the end of our stream, and he has had premiums over and over and over again. They haven't worked out well for him, though. He probably would much rather come into this stream and called Medium Hand Sean. He's done a lot better.
Probably about 600 here is where I would go with the size.
Okay.
He's thinking about it. Now look at his cards again. No way!
Oh! How the hell does he fold Ace King?
If you call that, you got aces.
What the heck? Are you going to start talking about whether the cards were right? Because that
I
makes
pray
me
that
wonder.
those cards were wrong.
I do too.
A raise and a 3-bet and you're folding?
And
An
you're down
optimized
for
fold
the,
is garbage.
You're down for the night? Well, or close to down? Wow. Wow.
No way. Well,
Bertram's
maybe
up.
he's trying
up.
to lock up a win.
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he's like, nah,
Don't
I'm
do
not
this,
gonna play
guys. Don't lock up a win.
No. No, we're much more likely to react like we just reacted. And then that's going to be on the live stream is that we're going to say, Bertram, brother, what? That's the most surprising thing I've seen all night.
No, what it is
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, chat's actually reacting to something for once.
Yes,
I
yeah.
just have to yell loud enough and he start putting things in the chat.
Roll Jackson's going to call the clock on JY.
And Johnny Book with something to say about that. I mean, cut that and make it a short. That's my suggestion to production.
I do too. I do.
Especially my reaction.
We'll
Here
tell
we go.
Dante.
Bomb pot last.
What?
Last hand is the bomb pot. 10-5-5, 7-5 deuce.
I'll check. 'Cause I haven't
Who's got what now? Bertram's got some over pairs.
You see Bertram doing his cards like that right now. I think maybe he's irritated himself as well.
Big Mike with the case 5. Gonna make it 30. Doesn't really have much happening on the bottom, just a middle pair.
Yeah.
Optimize has
6-4.
an open ender on one board.
Yeah.
Premium hand Sean with the overpair with the kings.
He has a premium hand. Single suited king.
4 ways we go. Queen and an ace.
No straights get there.
Heart draw shows up on the bottom. Big Mike fills up on the top. His 5's full of queens now. He's going to be feeling great about that top board. Going to make it 80. Optimize did pick up an ace and just an ace to go with his open enter. Nobody's got the heart draw. Schwan going to call. He's now has an overpair on just one board.
We saw him do this with the aces.
This is probably where I would be finding the fold if I were him. Bertram, I think, also should be getting out here. Open ends are on one board, but it's paired. No more overpair. Yeah, fold. Yeah, good job. Good job. Not like the last folds.
No. It's having watched Bertram play a lot, that was a very surprising thing.
6 and a 10 on the rivers, so nothing really gets
nothing
there
for Optimize. He's got a set. He's got
Optimize
6s over 5s.
Yeah, that's right. Optimize got there on the ends.
Yes.
6s full of 5s.
Yes.
Good catch. And Optimize with the ace is going to scoop.
And the kings are going to take the bottom?
He's going to try and get the second caller.
Yeah. That's premium hand folds the best hand on the bottom.
All right. So Optimize
so the 6s is going to scoop.
The ace on the bottom, 6
he does
on
have
the top.
it. Yeah. Well, the 6, the ace is.
Yeah, Optimize drilling it on the top on that river.
Yes, and he says, "Thank you very much. I'll have another." Oh, wait a minute, we're done. Well, thanks, folks. That was fun, Lottie.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
That was a good one for sure. We'll see these stats roll through one last time. And I'll pop the camera on real quick so you can see our faces again at the end of the show.
Why would anybody want to do that?
Because I don't know why. But
Because everybody loves a redhead. I do. My daughter's a redhead.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you love her?
And her hair at 5 years old is exactly like your hair now. Curly.
Yeah, my hair was brighter at one point.
Hers was
curly.
Yeah. Shout out to the Lily.
Stats go through. We see the V-pips. Lowest one was 19%. 6-handed game, that's pretty low. JY the big winner, though, like on the heels of a couple of big ones early on. Optimize and Bertram also getting wins. And, that will do it. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure and flip over to the Dallas stream on the same channel. If you're on YouTube, they got their final table going for their bigger one. Lots and lots of money up top there. And be sure to join us again tomorrow for the big game from Dallas. For now, I'm William Waddy, the New York Knicks.
Good night, little orphan Lottie.
On behalf of Uncle T, producers Mel and Kristen, dealers Kristen and Asa.